everyone with us in the room, thank you so much for coming. Make some noise. And hello to everybody watching the YouTube live stream as well. A big hello to you wherever you are watching in the world. My name is Abbie McCarthy, and it's an honour to be hosting this very special event today. I just wanted to be honest at the start, though, and kind of give you my POV. I am not an expert at all on the climate crisis, but I'm curious, I want to learn, and I want to make a difference. I guess, like all of you guys as well. I'm looking forward to learning a lot of new things today and walking away with some practical tips about how we can do our bit to save the planet. I saw Finneas share something actually on his story that I thought was great and really hit the nail on the head. He said, we don't need a handful of people doing zero waste perfectly. We need millions of people doing it imperfectly. It's about everybody making an effort, isn't it? Everyone has to start somewhere and be willing to learn and push the conversation forward. And that is what today is all about. Today's lineup, by the way, is killer, isn't it? You must have seen it on the Instagram. Make some noise for them, please. Full of the most inspiring people, amazing experts and leading activists in their field. You can check out their full bios. I'd be here all day. They're so bloody great. You can check that out on the Overheated Instagram. And we are going to meet one of those brilliant people now, Maggie, the founder of Support and Feed, and someone who has put so much into today. So please go wild and welcome to the stage, Maggie Baird.
Thank you all so much for being here. What an exciting day. I am beyond thrilled that you all came today, that you all care so much about our planet, and that you would take the time out of your life to be here. And for people on the live stream, thank you so much for joining us. We have so many exciting people here to talk to us today. But first, let me ask you, how many of you are already very concerned about climate change? Are there any people here who don't really know much but have kind of heard about it and want to start learning? So everybody here is pretty aware. It's kind of a scary time right now. It's a scary time for those of us who are just learning about it and who are living through some of the experiences. But for many people all over the world, it's been a scary time for decades. And scientists have been telling us things that have been very alarming for decades. So we're at a crucial, urgent moment right now. But we're also at a moment of opportunity and excitement. I like to think of it as if you were reading a dystopian novel, or better yet, if you were looking at a future history book looking back, you would think, what did they do in this moment? Did they rise to the occasion? Did they do everything they could do to prevent catastrophe? So that's our moment. That's us. We have a chance. And today we get to find out some of the things that we can do on an individual level, because we're not just alone. If all of us work together, we make massive change. It doesn't just affect our life, it ripples to all the people we know, and now our whole sphere of influence on social media, and we can affect policy change, and we can get corporations to change, and we can actually make major impact by just our little small first steps. So that's what we're gonna do today. I wanna thank you for coming. I wanna thank all of the amazing people who've worked so hard to put this together. You know, you get a little idea and it turns into a big deal. You all know that. And that's what this has become. I just want to thank you again. We'll have a wonderful day today. And I have the great pleasure of introducing an amazing person who's going to give us a kind of state of the state, a kind of an update of where we are with climate change, a kind of a one-on-one for all of us. She's an amazing activist. She is a Rhodes Scholar studying at Oxford right now. You will love her. I cannot wait to hear from her. Wawa Gatheroo. Back. We have just one more technical issue, so Wawa will be out shortly, and they will wave at me when she is. But since I'm here, I'm going to quickly take any questions you might have that I could answer, that you think I could answer. And anyone have a question? This is spontaneous. Yes. What are you personally doing within your day-to-day life to be more sustainable? what am I personally doing in my day-to-day life to be more sustainable? It's a wonderful question, and I'm going to talk about some of it on the first panel. I think there's a funny meme that I love, which is like sustainable woman going out the door in the morning. I do have a personal checklist every day. Do I have my water bottle? Do I have my cup? Do I have my grocery bags? Do I have my stasher bags? So I have a sort of a personal routine. I examine my whole house and my whole life to see what I can do to be more sustainable. Are we ready? And then I enhance that with my activism, what I support, what I promote, what I talk about, of course the way I eat, of course the way I choose clothing, some of the things we're going to hear today, and the way we tell our stories. I think all of that makes a huge difference. And big lesson, don't be shy. Go ahead and say it out to the world. Don't be embarrassed for doing the right thing. It's okay to talk about it. Let's talk about it all day. And again, Wawa Gatheru.
Hi, everyone. How's everyone doing today? Good. I am so excited to be able to be here with you all. And let me first also introduce myself. So my name is Winjuko Gatheru. Friends call me Wawa. And I'm a 23-year-old environmental justice advocate. I'm a student at Oxford. And I'm a Kenyan American. So, yay, go Kenyan Americans. So I am so excited to be here for a number of reasons. One, I get to be in community with all of you here in person and all the people that are tuning in online, which is really, really exciting. So first, I want to thank the Overheated team for bringing us all together from around the world to be in community on the biggest issue that the world has ever faced and giving us all the platform to speak truth to power. I am so energized knowing that there's so many people that are just as invested as I am in making sure that we are in dialogue pertaining to accessible, scalable, and sustainable action. Now, before I go any further, I think it's important that I address the elephant in the room. The buzzwords are everywhere, right? Pollution, famine, hurricanes, failing crop, climate change, or as it should be rightfully known as the climate crisis. As of last year, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has declared code red for humanity. From natural disasters to environmental degradation, coupled with governmental inaction and corporate greed, the climate crisis threatens the livelihoods of billions of people around the world and non-human species. And while many have characterized this threat as an all-encompassing threat, the climate crisis is anything but equal. As you all know, any crisis or catastrophe that happens in an unequal society will have unequal impacts. So around the world, frontline communities have begun to see their homelands surrendered to the sea, wildfire, or even by green gentrification. A new generation of youth, all of us here today, are experiencing climate anxiety at skyrocketing rates. And we've been told that we have less than a decade left to put in place policy to change the trajectory of our planet and really make sure that we don't experience the worst projected impacts of the climate crisis. I get it. It's a lot. It's scary. It's real. In our lifetime alone, the climate crisis has transformed from being an issue of the future for mythical grandchildren into an issue of now. And it's the greatest existential threat that we've ever experienced because it calls into question everything that we know and have been taught to believe, the institutions of power that we relied on, ourselves, and the very possibility of a future. We are learning in real time that climate change isn't just an issue of decimal points and numbers on graphs. It's a saga. It's a tale of heartbreak, but it's also a tale of possibilities, and the script isn't finished. One of my favorite climate activists and writers, Mary Annalise Hegler's, put it this way. The thing about climate is that you can either be overwhelmed by the complexity of the problem or fall in love with the creativity of the solutions. However, I think in order to get to a point where you can fall in love with the creativity of the solutions, we have to first reframe the issue of climate change and contextualize it in our everyday lives. And that requires us to reframe the climate crisis as an opportunity. You see, the way that I think about the climate crisis and the way that my parents have taught me to think about the climate crisis is thinking about it as important feedback. I believe that Mother Earth is telling us that the systems that we've relied on for so long simply aren't working, that the systems of oppression that have led us here are not ones that are sustainable and can lead us to a just future. Mother Earth is giving us this once-in-a-species-long opportunity to prioritize privilege, to reprioritize privileged care over competition, and dismantle toxic systems of oppression, and instead rebuild a new world that we're proud of. As you engage with all the programming that we have here today, I really urge you to turn to this framing as a way to really get excited about climate action and all the ways that we can make the world better than the one that we found it. And remember that we all have this unique opportunity to be good ancestors and teach that to future generations. I also want you to remember this really important part. Our generation and every other generation before us has never known a perfect world. Yet, in the midst of what feels oftentimes as a generational freefall, there's always been a truth that has remained constant, and it's this. While we've never known a perfect world, we've never needed a guarantee of success to try to strive for one. We have the opportunity to take the fate of our planet into our own hands and craft a world that allows all people to finally live a life beyond survival. And I hope you join us in this movement. So welcome to Overheated. Yay!
Thank you so much to Wawa for that. What an incredible speaker. Let's give her another round of applause, please. Now it's time for our first panel. We've got loads on the way today, but this is our first one. It's called Why Plant-Based? So have you ever wondered about how to eat more plant-based, how to kind of eat a little bit better, but you get a little bit overwhelmed, you're not sure the best place to start? Well, these guys have got all the top tips that you'd possibly need to know. And they're going to tell you all about the advantages of it as well, you know, for your health, the planet, and of course, for animals. So let me bring back Maggie. I'm also going to bring back Robbie Lockie, who will be moderating, and the guest as well, Isaias Hernandez. Please give them a huge round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. How are you all doing? Keeping the energy high? So, today, we're going to talk about why plant-based. Can I get a show of hands in the house who eats a plant-based diet or who's tried a plant-based diet? Wow, a good few people. So, let's kick things off. Maggie, over to you. So, why plant-based? How did you discover this lifestyle?
Well, I began my plant-based journey really young. I grew up in a small town in western Colorado, and very in love with the out of doors, and did not want to eat animals from a very, very early age. So I started being a vegetarian very young, and then when I moved to New York City in 1981, I saw an infographic. I think it was a T-shirt, and it showed how much of the Amazon rainforest was being destroyed to make one hamburger, basically. And this was a real eye-opener for me. I really had not known I hadn't even thought about it, and it just was shocking, and that really started me on the journey of plant-based, not only for animal welfare, but also for addressing climate change. Later, my mother died suddenly of a heart attack in her 50s, so I really had all three of the main reasons that people adopt a plant-based diet very strongly ingrained in my body.
Amazing. Thank you for sharing, Maggie. And over to you, Isaias. What was your connection with plant-based?
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing that, Maggie. I would say that for me, it started at a young age. I grew up in poverty, living in Los Angeles, and my parents had just immigrated from Mexico, and we grew up like what you would call like a food desert or food apartheid, which is basically lack of access to fresh and culturally appropriate foods. And I remember going a lot to, food shelters and having food stamps and asking myself, why is there so much meat and dairy products and processed foods and no single vegetable or fruits? Or if it was in a canned, which was near its expiration date. And so I think for me, it was more about the fact of like my body at a young age was like rejecting meat and dairy. Like I would always tell my parents, like, you know, I'm having really bad stomach aches. I don't feel good. And they would take me to the hospital and then they would tell me, it's just your anxiety. And then I realized that it wasn't my anxiety. It was literally the food that I was eating. And so I think for plant-based, for me, it's more about, you know, reconnecting to your cultural roots, because all of us here like have culture. We all have stories. Many of us come from different types of lands and geographic regions where the foods that we eat are very culturally appropriate to our bodies and really allows us to achieve that equilibrium. And so for me, living in LA, navigating plant-based, you know, diets, it was more about how do I get more people who grew up in poverty and poor to get access to food, because we produce so much food already. It's confirmed that. It's just that it's not equally and evenly redistributed in communities of color like that look like mine.
Amazing, thank you for sharing. My personal story with plant-based begins about 8 years ago. I grew up in sunny Zimbabwe in Africa, and eating meat and consuming animal products was such a normal part of my life. Where I come from, you know, people breathe air and they eat meat, and they think those two things are the most important thing in their lives. And it was something that was always sort of taught to me as a child. I was taught that eating meat was normal, natural, and necessary. I had to do it. And about 8 years ago, I was experiencing a lot of health problems, a lot of bloating, skin conditions, eczema, psoriasis, tiredness. I was very unwell. And I started to investigate, you know, the effect of diet on my body. And I watched this incredible documentary, Forks Over Knives, Food Inc. And these films really opened my mind and opened my eyes to the power of nutrition and how our diet can affect our bodies. And of course, then that expanded onto the planet and how a plant-based diet can affect the way we live as human beings. And we'll get into that in the discussion. But within a few weeks of switching to a plant-based diet, many of my health conditions started to clear up. I had more energy, I felt more alive, and you know, I'd seen many, many doctors try to help me solve these problems, and they were saying, whatever you're doing, keep doing it. Mm-hmm. And 8 years later, I've never been healthy, so it's definitely something that, you know, we all absolutely love. So, but just before we continue, obviously, you want to define what a plant-based diet is, because there may be people in the audience who may not know exactly what that means. And it's a diet that is made consistently of fruits, vegetables, whole grains, legumes, nuts, seeds, herbs, and spices. And it excludes all animal products, including red meat, poultry, fish, eggs, and dairy products. So, let's get started about one of the main points about a plant-based diet and how it affects the planet, or what we call the plant-based quadfecta, which is human health, planetary health, animal welfare, and reduction of pandemic risk. But let's start with planetary health, Maggie. Let's talk about the effects that plant-based diet has on the planet, and what is it from your perspective?
Well, I'll go back to that date, 1981, and I think we think we're discovering all this, but people have been telling us this for years, that we were headed for exactly where we are now. I think many of you may know, and Isaias is great with statistics, that the inefficiency of an animal agriculture diet is really the problem, along with the emissions of greenhouse gases from the methane created from animals as well. So, basically, many of you probably realize, if you take all the grains and vegetables and feed them to animals, how much food will you get out of there? It's considerably less, using tremendous amounts of water and soil. I bet you have those stats.
Yeah, you know, I would say that to kind of start off is like, how much are we producing of natural resources being used for products? So if we look at, you know, a pound of a beef meat, right, it takes like 20 to 30 gallons of water just to produce one. And the environmental impact to produce like plant-based items like legumes, beans, other materials, they use less amount of water. And so when we look at the data that has shown in industrial agriculture, specifically like meat factory farms, you'll see that the amount of water they've been using is depleting natural reservoirs, and it's also contaminating local water sites. So right now, if you go to certain rural communities where they're located nearby factory farms, you'll see that there's a higher level rate of air pollution. I believe that you're 4 times more likely to develop heart disease and other respiratory respiratory illnesses. And then when it comes to water pollution, obviously if children are drinking that at a young age, it's going to cause brain development issues because of the nitrate and elements that are also harmful on that end. But shifting just to a plant-based diet has shown in our global food supply chain that it can reduce it to 40 to 50% of our current usage. And that's actually really needed, because what we're seeing right now is industrial agriculture is continuously growing year over year, where they're continuously putting more subsidies into more meat, more dairy. And what that's going to cause in the future is going to cause an ecological collapse, where local farmers have been displaced from their own lands. They've been displaced of their own knowledge. And for us to feed this titan, right, what you would call it, we're essentially just pushing for our resources to be depleted, and also for our future generations to have less items and less access to food.
So when it comes to some of the other effects of animal agriculture, deforestation is a huge problem. What a lot of people don't realize is when a piece of meat arrives on your plate, that animal may consume vast quantities of water. And as you can see this powerful statistic on the screen behind us. But there's also the land that is cleared to plant soybeans so that people can eat those animals. The animal agriculture industry clears vast swathes of forests, and it is becoming an ever increasingly large problem. Maggie, when it comes to sort of like the diet that people eat on a daily basis, perhaps the SAD diet, the standard American diet, what do you think it will take to help people understand the impact of the individual dishes? Because I think when people buy their food from the supermarket and they purchase those products, they don't see the supply chain that exists behind that individual steak. But what do you think we need to see more of to help people see the big picture?
I think the first thing we need to do is break the chain of disinformation, which we were speaking about earlier. There is a lot at work in promoting misinformation because of the market value to the corporations who stand to benefit from that. So the first thing we have to do is get around that. So a lot of us have to get around our own indoctrination into what is a healthy meal, first of all. Many of us have been taught from early age, you have to eat meat, you have to eat dairy. And so we have that deep indoctrination, and it's informed our taste buds as well as all of our habits. So the first thing is we have to break that, so that we have to know, oh, okay, this plant-based diet is actually healthy for you. It's actually tasty. That's another challenge, right? Because people want to do the least challenging thing. We just do by nature. Our days are hard. We want to make our day less stressful, right? So how can we make it less stressful? We eat something we like, right? So it's really important that we have this advent of plant-based products and plant-based menu items, et cetera, that people can eat, so that they can, first of all, get turned on to the fact that this food that is better for the planet is also healthy for a human. I'd love it if you talk about the disinformation right there.
Absolutely. So there's two types of information in this sense. There's misinformation, there's disinformation. And misinformation is knowledge or content that you may share on social media that you assume to be true, but it may be untrue. But you share it because maybe your mum shared it, or your dad shared it, or one of your friends shared it, because you trust that connection on social networks. But behind that misinformation is often a lot of disinformation, which is information that is created by organizations specifically to seed doubt into the public. They want people to focus on maintaining the status quo, whether it's their diet, whether it's politics, whatever. There's a lot of information that's put out in this disinformation way, and it's designed to spread. I don't know if everyone's seen the documentary, The Social Dilemma. It really talks a lot about this study on Netflix, which, on Twitter, which talked about how misinformation actually spreads 6 times, 7 times faster than true information. So we have to be very careful about what we share on social media when it comes to facts and information, because what it can do is it can perpetuate mistruths that can really affect people's lives. And of course, the climate crisis is a big part of that. So be very conscious about what you're sharing. I'd love to hear what you think, Isaias, about misinformation, about the knowledge we have on social media, and how we can kind of really decide whether something is worth sharing or not.
Yeah, I'd say that reimagining interrogation into education as an opportunity, what I think right now, since we becomes very politicized over the last few years, is that it's almost an either-or situation, right? Either you're going to be talking about this, or if you don't, you're a bad person. And so I think that we have to understand, like with all of us here, like all of our friends that want to learn more about plant-based eating, or like what is the best information out there? How do I educate people who are younger than me, is about asking where is the resources coming from, where exactly is producing this information, who funded the research, because more often than not, you'll realize that the research that is being funded right now by certain corporations and large-scale industries is directly going into squashing these plant-based companies or to these experts that have been in this field. And the other thing is that how language is such a powerful tool that is also a dangerous tool, meaning that there are people that often really get into this pipeline, into the outright, in perpetuating many harmful ideologies that directly are displacing and also harming a lot of Black, Indigenous people of color globally. So if we're not really asking more questions and critical thoughts about, where's our food coming from and who is sponsoring these types of policies, why aren't we able to fight against these industries through the legal lens, then we may we're missing information that's going to lead to a lot of people having fragmented frameworks, that's going to lead them to have more questions and more anger towards the subject that leads to violence.
So one of the playbooks out there that the tobacco industry used for many, many years was a leaked memorandum, and the title of that memorandum was "Doubt is Our Product." And the focus of the tobacco industry was to really create enough doubt in the public and the people's minds over whether smoking was dangerous or not, whether it would kill you or not, or cause disease. It took 9,000 studies for the powers that be, essentially in the United States, to finally put through legislation that showed how smoking caused cancers and killed people. The animal agriculture industry is operating around the same playbook. There's a lot of misinformation being put out on a daily basis, and it really distorts the truth and the true picture about what's happening out there in the world today. And this is often done in a way to create a picture of how agriculture and how animals are farmed in this beautiful, idyllic way, and that there's green fields and there's cows and chickens grazing freely. And I turn to you, Maggie, about this picture, about how our perceptions are incredibly distorted when it comes to, when you go to the supermarket, you might see all this imagery, but what is the actual truth of the matter when it comes to what actually is going on these farms?
Well, I fall victim to it too. I was, on a tour bus the other day looking at the fields and the little dotting of cows, and that's what we're sort of fed as the image of meat and dairy products and poultry, etc. But the vast majority of the animal products that are consumed are created in factory farms. Enormous, vast plants where animals are raised in horrific conditions, using up vast amounts of land and water, and also the methane gas created by cattle and other animals in the burping and the farting is a tremendous source of toward the greenhouse gas effect. So these are the real images are quite startling and shocking. And also I think it's really important that we talk about the human toll of these things, because humans are suffering at a tremendous rate. Humans that live near these plants suffer from high levels of cancers and other diseases created by the water runoff from the plants and the air pollution. Also, when we have breakouts like E. coli breakouts, often those come from something like lettuce or spinach, and so we think of that as a vegetable, but that's not really coming from the vegetable. That's coming from the water, from the waste stream from the animal agriculture that then infuses the plant. So there's so much disease associated with this, and so much human suffering that we really don't focus on the toll to humans in this. We are really fed this, talking chickens asking for you to eat them, and happy cows asking you, it's really warping our brain. And I feel like if we had a mainstream commercial, which we are starting to, fortunately, that shows the actual process and of getting this meat, it would be very insightful to people.
Absolutely, some good feedback there. And Isaias, when it comes to the true picture of animal agriculture, what does that mean to you, and about us breaking that facade, that mirage that exists in our lives, in our supermarkets, in our magazines, on TV ads? From your view, how do we help people see through it?
Yeah, I would say it's starting with yourself, right? Like a really quick activity for everyone is like, think about 5 brands in your head that you can think of, right? I can easily think about 4 right now. And then let me ask you, can you think of 4 to 5 plant species in your local environment? And most often not, people are like, I can only name 1 or 2 on top of my head. So there is this loss of local knowledge that is happening for a lot of people, where we put so much value into these corporations and institutions that necessarily have poisoned our food system. And one thing I really want people to conceptualize or to kind of understand is that the reason why these industries have so much money is that governments have allowed them to essentially give them money in order for them to keep meat and dairy prices at a fixed cost. And so the true fact is that like a lot of these industries don't make their money out of our profits. They make money out of subsidies. And so a lot of the arguments go behind of like, well, is it our government or is it the corporations? If you walk into a supermarket today, there's around 50 to 70% of the grocery items you see on a shelf are owned by very few powerful corporations. And that leads us to ask us, who has control over what we eat? And that in itself is not to say that there's all these evil actors, but rather to say, how do we redistribute power that is currently happening to get us to our local knowledge? Because what I want people to kind of take away from this is that if we're not able to understand the power structure behind these hierarchies in our food system, then we ourselves are going to fail, because we all know at the end of the day that the reasons why a lot of charities and food banks exist is because they know that the corporations are going to take a stance and say, well, at least we're helping by donating this amount. Therefore, this is the solution. Obviously, we know that we haven't ended food hunger to end that, and it costs almost a fraction of what billionaires make. And we can easily find those solutions by empowering people. The other thing I want to kind of lastly say is that, our whole food system is essentially rigged in this game, where the privatization of seeds are patented, meaning that local farmers in different countries are now being criminalized for using certain seeds. Our fertilizers that we're using have high amounts of chemicals. Our own, what you would say, the products that are being used, like meat and stuff, it's like a whole pipeline with human health, because we all know that the people that are making our meat and dairy are people primarily who are undocumented. And in California, when I went to those farms and I went inside those factories, I've talked to a lot of the people that don't speak the English. They are people that look like me, that are Latin, and they are feared every day of their lives because they have to either face deportation from the immigration, or fact that they face high rates of abuse and violence. And this becomes a human rights issue. This becomes a women's rights issue. This becomes a children's rights issue, where there is people that are 13 to 14, 15 working on these farms illegally for our food system. And that in it itself is an injustice. And our government acknowledge that, but they value cheap labor over actually valuing people. So I'd say that continuously to asking questions and being curious was a really step way for me to understand, like, how can I start to talk about food systems and access to plant-based diets to make it accessible for my family, for my friend, for my cousins.
Thank you, Isaiah. One of the topics that comes up quite a lot is the idea of what's natural. As we talked about misinformation or disinformation coming out of the animal agriculture industry, that vegan burgers are not natural, that they're full of lots of unnecessary ingredients. But ironically, when we look at animal agriculture, a lot of hormones, a lot of antibiotics, a lot of damaging chemicals, PCBs, are really running off into our environment. But there is a narrative as well that what if we put cows on grass fields and everyone ate grass-fed beef? Wouldn't that make everything okay? And what do you think about that, Maggie? Should everyone be eating grass-fed beef?
Well, it's just a numbers game, right? If you can't do it, right? If you are like, okay, well, I'll only eat grass-fed beef with perfectly no hormones. Then you just imagine millions and millions of people doing it. It's literally not possible, And I suppose maybe it's possible, and I would need a scientist to say that if every human said, well, I'm going to eat, 1 tablespoon of grass-fed meat a year, that might be possible. But there's only so much land, and there's there's only so much water.
We need several planets, wouldn't we?
It's really just not possible. It's kind of that's just an idea of the privileged, right? So when someone says to you like, well, that's all I do, it's like, well, you are the privileged person in the world who is taking up that spot. But that can't be for the masses. It's not mathematically, scientifically possible to sustain that. The many diets that people follow that are very meat heavy are not sustainable diets for the planet.
I'd love to turn to you, as I was talking about privilege and food privilege, and that plant-based diets and animal-based diets are very different in nature, but food systems are very different all over the world. And I'd love to hear you talk a little bit about those differences and how access to food and food equity is not always something to be assumed. We live in quite a wealthy country. You know, you walk into the supermarket, you always have access to food, relatively affordable food for now. But there are other parts of the world where this just doesn't exist.
Yeah, I'd say that when we're checking our privilege and navigating these conversations of like, well, how do I get people to go plant-based when my own family didn't even have access to farmers markets? And why is it that there's so many people who are in poverty and low income in the UK feel so much shame going into a food shelter to ask for food? Why is it that? I mean, that's because our society has deemed to criminalize people who are poor just for their existence, rather than asking ourselves, this situation is unjust, and the fact that these people don't even have access to these foods is terribly wrong. So I'd say that in terms of privilege and power dynamics, that we kind of ask ourselves, what am I currently doing in order to really ensure that people have access to food, right? I know a lot of people are saying, well, I don't really have that much money, I don't have the power, but the reality is that there's a lot of forms of indigenous knowledge and a lot of cultural knowledge that our ancestors have passed down on us, right? I really love to partake in foraging as an act of ecological reverence and love for the land. And, there's so much edible food out there in public spaces that you can easily pick for free and actually teach younger people out there of like, how do you get people to get access to food? Because a lot of times I don't have access to garden. In my community, all the soil is contaminated due to Superfund sites that contaminate the region. And so there's all these like difficulties where we're asking ourselves, how do I continue to fight against these systems when it seems that it's almost impossible? But the reality is that your own existence is a solution, and it takes time to build community and takes time to validate your lived experiences to say, no, I am an expert in this situation. And the other thing is like in terms of privilege, when it comes to like looking at different countries and different locations, asking yourself like, what is currently available in your region? Because if we ate a diet that is consistent of our local foods, we wouldn't have access to these types of exotic fruits today here in the global north. And that is something that I experienced in the global south. When I visited, I was like not eating certain products that I have access to and realizing the fact of like, it's not the same everywhere, but we can make a difference by understanding these methods and these systems that these communities have built without industrial agriculture and replicate them within our own communities.
Turn the conversation now onto the food itself. So obviously there's a lot of people in the audience who eat a plant-based diet or who've experimented with a plant-based diet, but there are a lot of misconceptions about the diet itself. Often, as I said, brought on by misinformation and a lot of, frankly, nonsense out there on the internet. But Maggie, what are some of the top misconceptions that you've heard about a plant-based diet?
Well, the main ones are you won't get enough protein and you won't get enough calcium. I think those are generally the ones we all hear for our whole lives.
Over and over again.
Over and over, and they're just simply not factually based. So, but that's the main one. It is true that you should take some vitamin supplements if you're on a fully plant-based diet, but that's true for every diet currently because of our food system, our soil being so depleted that much of our food now is not rich in the vitamins that it once was. So a vitamin is pretty necessary for everyone, but definitely in a plant-based diet, a vitamin B is necessary. And are there any other big myths? Those are the ones that have been drilled into me my whole life.
I would say the idea that you can't get everything you need from a plant-based diet, but according to the British Dietetic Association and the American Dietetic Association, a well-planned vegan diet is suitable for human beings of all ages. So there are reputable organizations out there who back this way of eating and living, so there certainly isn't any concern. There obviously are things like B12, which is made by cyanobacteria in the soil, and we can do that we can absorb that very easily by having a supplement, or you can have it in your fortified milks. You might hear people say, well, that's not natural. But that's what we call an appeal to nature fallacy, because what's natural about human society? Our buildings and our cars and our factories, the way we live, our aeroplanes, our society isn't quote unquote natural. But what we can do as people is we can live one of the most environmentally friendly diets, as it suggests on the fact but behind us, and supplement it with something that's super easy, it's super affordable. So
I would also like to say natural. Hundreds of years ago, people died from rickets and scurvy, all kinds of things. So, supplementing a diet with a vitamin or knowing something about nutrition is an advance in modern science. It's not a downside.
Turning to you, Isaias, what is one of the biggest challenges that you think that people have to eating and trying a plant-based diet?
I think it's giving up cheese. I think for a lot of people, they always tell me, I can't give up cheese. But the huge challenge is actually training your mindset of like, how do I be imperfect while unlearning perfectionism? Because a lot of people always say it's either or you're either for this or either for that. And that's so harmful, because as humans, we don't operate that way, right? We don't give our friends ultimatum of like, whose side are you going to choose, mine or theirs? It's more about like, can we talk this out? And so I tell people that like, reductionism for me in a lifestyle has helped me so much, because I've realized that it's sustainable for my mental health and my physical health. I've had people who have come up to me malnourished after trying certain plant-based diets, and I talk to them like, what's happening? And a lot of them say, I don't have access or control of what I buy at my home because my parents have full control over that. And I tell them, you should never, ever subject yourself to physical or mental health deterioration if you're going to choose a plant-based diet or veganism, because that is not the way you should do it. You should do it through care. You should do it through slow time, through your own agenda. And so just reminding people that being gentle to your heart and spirit can really go a long way, rather than just trying to get this goal so then you can be included with the community, right?
And also eating more as well. You should and can eat a lot more on a plant-based diet, obviously a healthier plant-based diet. I think plant ingredients often contain a lot less calories, and so you might make a giant plate of a salad or vegetables and think that's a lot of calories, that's a lot of food, but actually because it's filled mostly with water and fiber, it's more likely to fill you up. So you want to eat a lot more of the food, and don't be afraid of carbs. We've become a carb-phobic society, and I think don't be afraid of the old potato, in my opinion.
I think there's two things that are really important. One is that we're motivated, as we said before, by taste, right? And also convenience. So taste and convenience are sort of things you have to overcome or figure out a way to access or cook or prepare foods that is tasty, but it's also convenience. What can you afford? What can you find? So those things really play into whether you're going to find success in this journey. But as you said, I think a mindset is extremely important. And so when we talk about the effects of climate change and a plant-based diet, I think believing that, really understanding that, is a huge motivator. There's nothing stronger than a belief. There's nothing. There's what will make you stay with something is the knowledge that got you there in the first place, and reminding yourself of that all the time with care for your body at the same time. But the belief will carry you through, and the rest you can learn.
I love that. Arm yourself with wisdom. So getting started, for those that don't know and those that are watching out there not listening, it's time to find out, like, what are the tips that you need to get started? So what are the top tips to get things going?
Well, I know I have to go fast now, so I would say start with the food you already like and decide what you already like is almost plant-based, if not entirely plant-based, and really add a lot of that to your diet. Anything that can have the animal foods just left out of it, start where you already are happy and go from there.
Yeah, I would just say ask a lot of questions, be curious, and focus on things that you can automatically reduce in your life, right? It's meat, chicken, fish. I didn't eat fish a lot growing up. I was like, eliminate fish. That's easy for me. One goal, go to the next every 3 months, 4 months, and then you're done. So, yeah, thank you so much.
Amazing. And do check out Plant-Based News on Instagram and social media. Loads of knowledge there about plant-based food. And of course, yeah, thank you.
And also, I need to say one really important thing. Support and Feed, which is the organization that we started to provide nourishing plant-based meals to communities that lack access in food apartheids, nutrition deserts. That's what we do at Support and Feed, and we are really asking everybody. We started a pledge on Billy's tour with our sponsor, Wicked Kitchen, to ask everyone to eat at least one fully plant-based meal a day for 30 days. So that's a great place to start. If you could take that pledge with us, that actually makes an enormous impact. So thanks for taking the pledge.
Thanks so much, everyone.
I'm actually going to stay here. Thank you so much. I'm going to stay here because I have the pleasure of introducing Peter McGuinness, the CEO of Impossible Foods, and we're going to talk a little bit about what's going on in the world of plant-based food right now, some innovations and some science. Welcome, Peter. Hi. All right, this is exciting. Welcome. So you are new to this company, and I'm wondering what brought you to this place of wanting to be in the plant-based world?
Yeah, I think it's just the size of the opportunity of change. It's staggering when you think about it, and you touched on a lot of this. There's so many little things we can do that go a very long way when it comes to protecting the planet, reversing climate change. And the first thing that happened was I was eating the products and they were so good and there was no compromise, like you talked about. Second thing is almost half the world's land mass is associated with animal agriculture. Less than 3% of the total world's land mass is cities and towns. So the magnitude of the issue and opportunity is so big. And as a consequence of that, 60% of the world's animals, wild animals, have died over the course of 50, 60 years.
Well, you say that again, because I don't think we ever think about the cost to wild animals.
Yeah, because if you think about the animal agriculture, whether that's the processing plants or the slaughter plants or the actual pastures that they graze in, they've been clear-cut. So every bush, plant, tree has been removed. So it's no longer the original ecosystem. So every bird, insect, animal, as a consequence, has lost their habitat. And that's it's just overwhelming. And when you think about it, in the UK, just here, 2.5 billion burgers eaten a year, which is a staggering amount. And I think what I wanted to talk about and what you and I talked about in preparing for this session is, I don't want to say no one in the UK should have a burger, but if they had 1 million less burgers, we'd save 22 million gallons of water, 382,000 trees, 1 million less burgers in the UK.
Wow.
So there's a very linear, benefit to the planet by just modifying your food choices.
So what do you think, because as a person who eats a plant food diet and primarily a whole food plant-based diet, you're part of the plant-based meat industry, which is a burgeoning industry, right? And why is it important? Why do you think it's important? How are we going to help address climate change by the advent of this product, which is, there's many plant-based meat products, and how do you think they help, and what's the science behind why they appeal to people?
Yeah, I think first of all, I think as an industry we have to do it together. I may run Impossible, but we want more plant-based consumption. So that's the first thing. And I think we have to work together and be inclusive to do that. And like I said, I think the products through technology have become so good. So when you have a plant-based burger or a plant-based chicken nugget or a plant-based pork sausage, taste, texture, sensory is so close to the animal product, you're not compromising anything. And then there's zero trans fat, zero cholesterol, no antibiotics, no hormones, so it's better for you. And then you're using less water, less land, there's no greenhouse gases being emitted. So it's a pretty compelling story. Problem is, most people aren't aware of it. Most people don't understand it. And I think the industry's done a poor job of marketing itself, where the animal industry's done quite a good job. They spend tons of money advertising, they spend billions lobbying the government. So we have this growing plant-based movement that's not as organized as it should be. I don't think we have the perfect narrative yet to talk to young people. One of the reasons why I wanted to come here today is because the people in this audience are going to change the world. 15 to 30-year-olds are going to change the world. They're more open, they're more conscious of what they do and the choices they make. But we got to get the awareness out there because the options are now available. People just don't know it.
What are some of those options? Like what goes into, I mean, there's many brands, there's many varieties, but in general, what are some of the scientific discoveries that people have found? And also, I know that some of those involves just plants like mushrooms, but what is it that taste that some people are almost addicted to?
Sure. So a couple things. I think soy is a really good product in terms of delivering nutrition and has a lot of similar texture. It's called textured vegetable protein. And it looks like meat, tastes like meat, sizzles like meat. We also have heme, which is, I liken it to plant blood. It comes from the roots of plants, and it's hemoglobin. We all have hemoglobin. And it's red, and it's loaded with iron and nutrients, and that's in these plant-based options as you cook them. So they cook like a regular burger. You can have a medium rare plant-based burger that's juicy and yummy. Pea protein is another, mushrooms. So there's so many different options and flavor combinations. And what I think we need to do as an industry is we need to make them available in all international cuisine. You and I talked about that. And I think, I look at 3 A's, right? You need to make it appealing, so I think the food now is appealing. You need to make it accessible. We need it distributed in more places. And now you're seeing Walmart and Kroger and, of course, Whole Foods, but wherever you live in the US, a Publix or an H-E-B in Texas, now carry a lot more plant-based options. And then you need to make it affordable. Affordable is a big piece of this.
How do you make it affordable when, as we talked about before, the meat and dairy industry have a lot of subsidies, at least in the US, from the government? How do you make it affordable?
Through scale. So the bigger this plant-based movement becomes, the more price we can drive out of the system. And it's an interesting time right now because in the last 52 weeks, animal products have gone up close to 50% in price because of inflation. So there's a moment in time right now for all of us to kind of jump on this train. And plant-based has been coming down every day, week, month because of its scale. So the faster we can scale this and the more people we can make aware of it and the more people we can get to try it. The other big aha moment is when people try plant-based options, it's better than they think. Everyone says, oh, wow, that's much, much better than I thought it would be.
Is there a psychological component of it that has nothing to do with anything but an emotional indoctrination or habit?
Yeah, familiarity, right? Grew up on a burger. We love our burgers. And I grew up on sausage for breakfast. And so if you can, again, mirror that in terms of smell, taste, sensory, you talked about it in the previous panel. People don't want to compromise. It's just the way it is. So if you can give them a no-compromise solution that's actually better for them and better for the planet, becomes, I think, pretty compelling. But that means taste, that means price, that means they have to be able to find it. And that means having global food solutions, right? Whether it's great Mexican food or great Italian food. So we have more work to do. I think this is just the beginning. So I got excited by just the pure potential of this. And look, when it comes to climate change, the scale of food gives it the unique ability to have the most impact on climate than anything else we can do. and little modifications, right? I love what your pledge said. 1 plant-based meal a day for a month.
You can do that.
It's not hard to do.
It is actually, though it is hard for some people, it is quite hard, and I think that's been really eye-opening for me, whether that's from lack of access or just really lack of information. I should have said earlier, I think one of the things you can do is start requesting things. When you go somewhere, ask if they have a plant-based option. Ask what on their menu there is.
Yep.
Ask if they can carry it. Hook them up with the product if they don't have it. Whether it's your product or another product, say, can you carry this? That kind of starts the trend.
So a consumer pull, which is really important. So the louder we are with our food choices, the more people will carry products. I think that's great. But the biggest thing to me is, the aha for me, the insight for me is when you interview tons of people at the grocery store, they think it's a warm beer, cold shower solution, right? I'm sacrificing. It's not. These are great products that taste as good, that give you as much satisfaction while being better for you and the planet. And I think that you only know when you try it. So I do think trying is believing, and trial in plant-based, whether that's us or anyone, very low in America. You're talking below 5%.
Really?
Household penetration in America in the plant-based, total plant-based category is under 10%.
Wow.
So you're talking 90% of people in America have not tried a plant-based option yet.
Wow.
So awareness
When you say
is...
a plant-based option, though, are you specifically talking about a plant-based meat?
Yes.
Because,
I'm
of
not
course,
saying a vegetable or a fruit.
Yeah,
so.
pasta with marinara sauce, plant-based. I mean, as a person who follows really a whole food plant-based diet,
Totally.
you know, I'm not really a plant food. Because I got onto this diet so young,
Yep.
I don't want something that tastes like meat because it's associated in a negative way to me. But my children who never ate meat in their lives really like plant-based meat. They just like it. They don't have an association with anything.
Interesting.
So kind of interesting. There's that appeal too, but quite shocking that people who do eat meat haven't tried a plant-based.
And they think they think there's a compromise associated with it, and that's less and less with food technology. So I think we have to get the word out. So it's so nascent in its, and that's why I said, collectively as an industry, we have to get together. We have to be inclusive. We have to stop being about ourselves. Of course, we can be individual companies within plant-based, but we need the whole category to succeed.
Yes, because as you said, I think the meat and dairy industry have done that so well.
Really
They're
well.
just like, let's make sure that we put this message to everyone, and it'll help all of us. And the plant-based food industry needs to follow that model. How do you think they can do that? How do you think they can follow that, rising tide lifts all boats model?
Yeah, I think number one, it's a young industry, and it's very fragmented. So the meat and dairy industry are monopolies. So there's these huge conglomerates with tons of money. The plant-based meat industry is small, fragmented. A lot of cool, innovative companies. And we just have to all get together as a coalition of the willing, because I think our collective voice is much louder than our individual voice, and we just haven't gotten there yet. I think it's just it's two things. It's young and it's fragmented, and small. A lot of these companies are small, so we don't have the kind of might of these big companies. But we can use our voices, and we can participate in events like this to get the word out in authentic ways that they can't. So I think that's probably our superpower and weapon.
And if you like a small product or a small company, does it make a difference if you request it?
Yeah, I think, like I said, if the UK ate 1 million less burgers out of their 2.5 billion, we'd save 22 million gallons of water and 382,000 trees 1 year.
Wow.
So the magnitude of this change, and that's why I said little things, little behavior modifications, like 1 meal a day for 30 days has a huge impact.
How do you measure the carbon impact of your product? I mean, I'm sure you have statistics, and how do you measure it and keep track of it? And I'm sure there's disinformation too about that.
There's
like
a
there
ton.
is with all things.
Yeah, I mean, we track the lifetime of our product from when it's made, how it's grown, where it's made, the distribution to get to the store, and it gets consumed. And we literally compare that against the animal product. So it's like for like, apples to apples. And we do that with every product we make. So it's pretty scientific. And that's a big part of our mission, is to be super clear about the impact of this. Because food, we all have to eat. There's nothing more fundamental than food. And that's why I keep harping. There's many ways, by the way, to reverse climate change. But the biggest, most impactful is through our food choices. And to your earlier point, when we caught up, it's if you eat fruits and vegetables, that's a beautiful thing. Continue to do that. But when you're going to go eat a burger or a chicken nugget or a pork sausage, it would be a good alternative to try a plant-based, and it would make a big difference to the planet.
I love it. I love it. I love it because, yes, we do want to eat more fruits and vegetables. That's really all of our goal. That's our goal no matter what your diet is. That should be your health goal.
Yep.
But if you are going to have that food, or if, your favorite pasta is carbonara, you just make that. What's your dream? Like in 5 years, do you think we can make do you feel optimistic? Do you feel, how far do you think we can go?
I feel really optimistic because the numbers are what they are. So if you think about it, plant-based meat, the whole category, not just Impossible, under 10% household penetration. We're talking under 10% unaided awareness of all the brands. Some are a little higher than others, but average amount. So that means 90% of the world hasn't heard of these companies on an unaided basis. When you look at distribution, we are 1/10 distributed compared to animal products. Now that's going to change as we go sell in more to bigger retailers. When you look at trial, our trial is extremely low. But the repeat is very high. So this is a simple solution in terms of awareness is going to play a big part of this. So every 2 people you get to try a plant-based meat alternative, 1 in 2 will repeat. Because it's better than they thought. So much of this is just getting people to try it. In order to do that, you have to have awareness. You have to be available. So it can't be hard to find at the store. And it has to be priced accessibly. So if we can do that, I think the world's going to be a much, much better place. And we can do it. This is not... If I was sitting here saying we have a food problem, we can't get the food to a good place, then I would say, ooh, 5 years doesn't look good. This is awareness, understanding, accessibility, availability. Those are much easier things to solve. So I feel good about it in 5 years.
I'm so glad. We have all plant-based food at the O2 for Billie's show for 6 shows. That's incredible.
That's awesome.
So thank you so much.
Thank you
for being here and sharing all this. Everybody, thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
To Maggie and Peter, and also to Robbie and Isaias before that for the conversations on eating plant-based and the future of food. So, who is joining Support and Feed's pledge to eat 1 plant-based meal a day? A few people in the room, yeah? That's it. That's what we like to hear. So get out your phones, show us that you've done the pledge, get involved on socials. We are at Overheated on Instagram. And from plant-based food to ethical fashion now. So what does it really mean to shop responsibly and in an eco-friendly way? I mean, this next lady knows all the answers. I'm going to introduce you to a queen of sustainable fashion, the founder of Red Carpet Green Dress, who lots of people may know because they bring sustainable fashion to the Oscars red carpet every year. That's actually Maggie's Oscar dress there. Isn't it beautiful? So before we meet Samantha, please take a little look at this video.
Experts say the fashion industry is a major cause of pollution. And with all eyes on the Oscars red carpet tomorrow, one organization is showcasing conscious fashion.
RCGD Global is a women-led change-making organization bringing environmental and social sustainability to the forefront of conversation and action within the global apparel and design industry. From our Red Carpet Green Dress initiative in partnership with the annual Academy Awards, collaborating with global and small independent brands, across to partnerships delivering sustainable design solutions, We challenge the current business model and place a focus on people-centric values and intelligent design systems. Our educational work with youth and emerging design communities includes knowledge transfer platforms, internships, workshops, and work experience, alongside a global design competition. Our research and development division innovates circular design solutions, including regenerative materials. We are passionate about the space of sustainability in action. RCGD Global was conceived by Susie Amos Cameron during the press tour for her husband James Cameron's film Avatar. Our goal is to draw attention to the importance of more sustainable practices in the apparel and design world, and be part of bringing those solutions to the global market.
Please give a warm welcome to Samantha Patterson.
Hi everyone, hi. Wow, this is amazing. Okay, my name's Samantha Pattinson, and I'm the CEO of RCGD Global. And it was my privilege and honor to join Maggie Baird, the founder of Support and Feed, her daughter Billie Eilish, and her son Finneas earlier this year at the annual Academy Awards, where they took home their first Oscar. Very well deserved. And we started a conversation on that red carpet about sustainable fashion that we're continuing here today. Maggie wore this beautiful dress by Matteo Benedetti, and it's made from a vegan fiber called Tencel. It's biodegradable, natural dyes. And Billie wore a gorgeous vintage accessory set to spotlight vintage. And we're continuing that conversation here today with you guys at Overheated. So I'm in a kind of catch-22 situation. I love clothes. To me, clothing is identity. It's how you express yourself. And honestly, as someone who considers herself a bit of an oddball in the fashion industry, it's how I express my quirks as well. But on the flip side, I love sustainability. I think sustainability is the soul of the fashion industry. So how can you love clothing, but then know how fashion is being made is hurting people and planet? And trust me, fashion is hurting people and planet. On an environmental side, the fashion industry created 1.8 billion metric tons of greenhouse gases in 1 year. And we make 20% of the water pollution through our textile industry. And that's just on the environmental side. On the social side, we have major issues with garment worker exploitation and a massive issue with race and inequity as well. But fashion and climate is a little bit insane as well. So the fashion industry contributes 6 to 10% of global greenhouse gases. And that kind of blows my mind to think, like, how do the clothes that we wear create that kind of climate change and that kind of impact? So I wanted to ask you all to do something to try and help bring it home, like how we get here. I'd love you all to just touch a single piece of item that you're wearing today. Everything we wear comes from fabrics. You could be wearing cotton, organic cotton, polyester, recycled polyester, linen or hemp. Our fabric comes from farms and fields and forests. And if it doesn't, it uses oceans and air. And in that process, it creates climate change. So I'll give you a really quick example of a cotton t-shirt. The cotton is farmed, and the farmer will normally pour chemicals into the soil. And in that process, nitrous oxide is created, which is a lethal greenhouse gas. And then that fiber will be sent somewhere, and it will be yarned and spun into a textile, using machinery and creating energy, creating climate change. And finally, that fabric gets handed over to the people that I call the magicians of our industry, our seamstresses and our artisans, because I think it's amazing how something can go into a machine and turn into something that clothes us. But they use machines in well-lit factories, and that creates impact as well. But the thing that probably blows my mind the most is that 70% of where our impact comes from, even before you and I get dressed and access these clothes. Once we get them, we have a potential to reduce climate change. What we buy, where we buy it from, how we wear it, how we look after it, and then finally, when we're done with it, how we dispose of it. And that's the conversation that I'm so excited to be having and sharing right now with Tatty and Eshita, talking about the different things that we can do to reduce our climate change impact. But I do want to just make the little caveat that I am 100% not saying that all of you guys, it's on you to save us from climate change by changing the way that you wear clothes alone. So I hope that gives you a sigh of relief. It's just to let you know that we're part of it. We need investors to put money behind people that are really trying to create solutions for fashion. And we need legislation as well, because the fashion industry is wildly unlegislated. But we do have a role to play. So I'm really excited to bring forward 2 women who are doing really cool things in the space of sustainability to talk about the different choices that they're making and the different ways that every single one of us can create a positive impact. Thank you for letting me speak. Hello. Could you welcome Eshita, Kabra-Davies, and Tatty Gabrielle? Thank you. Oh, I got the really bad one. Just went down by about a foot in height. Great. Thank you so much. So I wanted to introduce, first of all, to my left, Tatty Gabrielle.
Hi, everyone. How are you guys?
So as a little bit of context, Tatty is an incredible actor. You might have seen her in Uncharted with Tom Holland and Mark Wahlberg. She's also in the Netflix series You. And she's also a really phenomenal kind of advocate for diversity, equity, and inclusion, sustainability, and lots of positive work like that. Tatty, would you say a few words about yourself? Anything I've left out?
Sure. I'm from the Bay Area of California. I was born in, my mother is Korean, my father is Black, so I'm proudly mixed race. I feel like you said pretty much everything. And I'm a big advocate not only for diversity initiatives as well as youth empowerment, mental health awareness, and of course sustainability. Let's save the planet.
Thank you. Wonderful. And then we have Eshita Kabra-Davies, who I kind of crossed paths with working in the fashion industry, and I kept hearing about this really cool platform where community building was taking place and clothing rental was taking place. And I was fortunate enough to meet Eshita, and she's really trying to change the way that we exchange and essentially kind of acquire clothing. So Eshita, welcome. Thank you for being here, and please tell us a bit about yourself.
Thank you so much again, Samantha, for making me a part of this incredible event, and super nice to meet all of you, I guess. My name is Eshita, and I'm the founder of Buy Rotation. We're a social network where you can lend and rent contemporary and designer fashion with each other. So you can save money, you can make money, you can save the planet, and become friends with new people all at the same time. A little bit about myself, because I always put the company first. So I was born in Rajasthan in India, which is very popularly known for textile production. A lot of what you wear when it says made in India, it's most often actually made in Rajasthan. I grew up in Singapore, and I moved to the US and the UK for university. So I think of myself very much as a global citizen. And for me, things like diversity and inclusion is really important. And even things like making sustainability accessible and attainable for people of all walks of life. I think that's probably a conversation we're going to have.
Definitely. Thank you so much for sharing that. So this panel is about the face of fashion and this idea of there is a relationship between fashion and sustainability. So I wanted to ask you, when did you first become aware of the fact that the clothing that we all wear has any type of impact on people or planet? When did you realize that actually there might be a relationship between fashion and climate, or even just fashion and sustainability? I'll ask you first, Tatty.
For me, I remember when I was, I think in either late high school or early college, I remember the first time I saw a picture of a Goodwill and the back house and these mountains of clothing that I was like, there's no way that they can sell all of this. So then my next question was, what are they doing with it? Which is then what led me down the deep dive of everything that you spoke about in your speech, and realizing how much impact that clothing has and how we don't do well to dispose of it or anything like that. And from there, it just made me start to, really think about what I was wearing, how I can just in the little things of, I go thrift shopping all the time. That's one of my favorite things to do. I like to take my clothes and repurpose them. So if I have a shirt or something that has a stain on it, then I can rip it up and I can make part of that shirt into a scarf. And just just trying to continue to educate myself, because I'm still learning of how fashion is impacting the climate. And yeah, just on a journey.
That's such a great example, though, when you talked about the mountain of clothes, because, like, we are overproducing. I think the stats are that we're making 400% more stuff than we did 20 years ago. So, like, the piles, it's quite excessive, and we're also wearing it for less time. So there's this kind of accumulation effect. So thank you for that example. That was a really beautiful one. And Eshita, what about you? What was your moment when you saw that, hang on a minute, there's a relationship here between fashion and climate, or even just fashion and sustainability?
Yeah, I think I'm a self-confessed ex-shopaholic. So growing up in Singapore, there's like two national hobbies. One is eating and the other is shopping. So for me, the outdoors, because it's a city-state, right? So I think it's even smaller than London, or maybe just, yeah. And the population is smaller than London. And we never had anything like the countryside. So for me, the outdoors were shopping malls. So I grew up with a very sort of shopaholic kind of mindset. And I think, when I started working, I had this disposable income. People think a lot about things like payday and how they're going to, take advantage of that, go out with their friends, wear a new outfit. And I think, seeing all of that around me, I was, I didn't really think much about fashion besides the fact that it was a way for me to express style. It wasn't actually until about 3 years ago, well, a little longer now, that I was planning my honeymoon back to my motherland, which is Rajasthan in India. And I hadn't been back for about 13, 14 years, and I wanted to bring my husband, who's not Indian, and he's not, he's never, he wanted to see my roots and where I grew up, and I wanted to reconnect. And while planning this honeymoon, I started thinking about all the outfits that I wanted to wear for this trip of a lifetime. And a lot of us do that. We buy clothing for holidays, right? And so I started thinking about this idea of sharing clothes, renting fashion, and how a lot of it was very much for special occasions, like balls and things like that. And I thought I would love to reach out to these women on social media platforms who often wear outfits only once, that outfit of the day hashtag, and maybe say, can I borrow your clothes and pay for it? Would it be weird? So kind of like Airbnb or Uber, very much about the sharing economy. Yeah. And it wasn't actually until my honeymoon that I witnessed a lot of textile waste. So, that photograph that you saw really coming to life. And I felt very guilty because I was going back to my suburban hometown after 14 years and living in the Western world. Yeah. I was donating all this clothing, and 90% of that goes to landfills in Asian and African countries. Yeah. It sort of felt, very imbalanced, kind of almost racist, to be honest. And I just thought, I don't want to be a part of this. And this fashion rental idea that I have, why not make it something really real and get people to share what they already have with each other? Yeah. So that was my moment, I suppose.
Well, that's wonderful. That's really beautiful. And you mentioned something that I wonder, Tatty, I feel like you could relate to as well. And maybe all of us can relate to. It's like the pressure of the fact that once you've worn something, there's this expectation that you're not allowed to wear it again, like especially for special occasions and things like that. You talked about festivals and stuff like that, but we know that if you hold on to, like if every single person here wore like a thrifted or wore the same outfit a second time, held on to it for like another 9 months, we're reducing carbon waste and water. So there's a pressure that's put on us as well, and we're aware of that, to constantly keep up with things, and that is really, really unfair. I was curious, Tatty, when she was talking, because you're in the public eye, and I mean, this girl really does rock a red carpet. You're so iconic with your style as well. But do you feel that pressure sometimes, just to kind of always present something new?
Yeah, very much so. And it's something that, especially in the last 2 years, that I've thought more about of like, why? Yeah, we don't need to. I was saying to Eshita earlier, I'm very sentimental about things, especially with my clothing. Like, I love when a piece has a story, like Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants. Like, it's like, where's this piece been? What adventure did it take someone on? And so with that, like, with the idea of every carpet, it's like you have to be different. You have to wear something new. You can't wear the same thing that somebody else wore last season. It's like, well, why can't we just reframe the perspective to go, well, this is this person in it. This is this person expressing themselves through it. To find a different point of focus. It shouldn't be about the clothes. It should be about the person wearing them and how they're using the clothes as a projection of self. So with me, when it comes to, and this is something that I'm, still working to figure out a way through, but when it comes to when I pick red carpet things, what I before, if it is the when I do feel the pressure to have to do something different, I always make sure that I go with sustainable brands, or that I research whoever it is that's trying to dress me. That's the first question I always ask. Do you have a sustainability plan? Do you have sustainable clothing within, or are you on a path towards it? Nice. And if not, it's a no-go for me. Straight up. And same thing with brand deals, with everything else. I'm like, no, because I'm not going to promote your thing that is killing our planet to millions of people to make it worse.
Can I just say that's amazing to make those kind of choices? Oh my God, I got some goosebumps. That's amazing to make those kind of choices, because you're probably inundated. I remember having a bit of a joke with Maggie about kind of the sizes of some of the boxes of the stuff that Billie gets sent. And she's just like, this is, and again, even Billie, like the way that she customizes stuff, I'm sure you guys notice that. Like, she customizes things, she makes it her own. And I love what you said, why can't we use this as an opportunity to focus on the person? And why versus what they're wearing. So that was beautiful. I wanted to move the conversation a bit onto your communities, because you have different kinds of communities. So, for example, with Eshita, with By Rotation, and I use that app, it's fantastic. I'd love you to talk about the conversations you're having with your community, and not necessarily even about sustainability, but are they interested in it? How do you talk about it in a way where people don't feel like you're preaching to them? Because that is a bit of a danger of sustainability, that sometimes people think like, here comes someone to lecture me about what I need to do, and that can be a barrier. So I was just curious about, with your community, how do you talk to them? Are they interested, and what are they saying?
Yeah, and I think that's, so given the fact that I, really only understood the problem of waste in the fashion industry about 3.5 years ago, I feel very new to it as well. And I think it's been important that we make it, the tone that we use, even the branding that we have on the app, the free app, it's very accessible, inclusive to even the person who still does shop fast fashion, because to be honest, that's only what they can afford. So you shouldn't make people feel guilty that that's what they can afford. And I think it's really about giving them, that educational point, which we do by nudging them, like when you're renting something from another person, you'll see at the checkout the positive savings that you make from renting the item rather than buying new. So things like textile waste, water waste, carbon emissions. And I think that's been a great way to nudge people. But I would say first and foremost, people are using By Rotation more for affordability, because it's hard. Sustainability is, sustainable fashion is kind of a privilege. It's quite exclusive. It's kind, like sustainable designers can be also at higher price points because they don't make that much quantity. That's the whole point, So things are more expensive. But for us, it's really about beating that fast fashion brand and telling people you can rent a designer piece for 10% of the retail price for a weekend. You can still go to your graduation, you can still go to your ball or your holiday or whatever, and still feel very much like you're part of this community that is making small efforts, while you might still be on Oxford Street, Yeah. So I think it's baby steps rather than expecting people to change completely overnight, black and white.
Yeah. And you raise a really good point about fast fashion, because obviously fast fashion gets a bit of a pummeling in the sustainable fashion space because it's making a lot of clothing, and it's lower cost clothing, and often the workers who create that clothing are absorbing the costs. Like it isn't inexpensive. It's just there's a cost we don't see, right? But then it comes across as a judgment, because if that's what you can afford, then that's what you can afford. So I think that's a call out on fashion brands to create better and to do better. It's not about shaming people that shop there all the time because that's what they can afford. Tatty, I was curious about your community, because you have people that obviously follow your work and look up to you. Are they conversations you're having with them about sustainability? Like, I know you went to the Oscars for us and you looked incredible. Was there curiosity from your community? What's that like?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely seems that it's something that people are very much open to, which excites me. And that's always the first thing. The idea of not shaming people is always the first stance that I take. And also to make it smaller for them, because I do feel that a lot of people look at sustainability, look at this grandiose idea, this thing of like, well, I'm one person. What am I supposed to do? Like my little brother is here with me today. And through the last few days, I've been educating him, and he's like, "But it's really hard to find like sustainable." I was like, "It's not as hard as you think it is. Like even like H&M has a conscious line now that the places are trying. They are taking steps, and so I try to tell people it's the little things of get a refillable water bottle instead of buying plastic water bottles. Make yourself a recycling bin if you don't have one already in your house. It like Eshita said, it's baby steps, and that's what I try to push to people always, and diminish the just the stigma around it. And I find too that when people are hard, I've met someone who was a sustainability advocate that was like got angry with people when he would see a plastic bag come out or something like that. And I was like, that's counterintuitive. People want to help. People want to grow. It's about you doing that with them and having compassion for them while you do it.
It's really beautiful. And I've met those angry people too. And I go through angry phases, like I do look at the planet sometimes, and I don't know who's watched Look Up on Netflix with Leonardo, but there's a few scenes where he just loses it and he's like, "You're not listening." And I understand that rage too, because we genuinely care about this planet. I mean, again, kudos to Billie, Finneas, Maggie, Support and Feed, Reverb for doing this. Like, this is really walking the walk, right? And every one of you here, like, you clearly care to even make the journey here. But that does sometimes kind of create an inaccessibility to the conversation. So thank you for sharing that. Let's get to some practical tips as well. So I'd love you each to just like riff with me some questions I have that maybe might reflect questions from the audience. So, and Eshita, you're not allowed to say by rotation. Okay, so the first question I was going to ask you is, how do you each shop sustainably?
Do you want to go first?
So I actually think a lot about the use per wear.
Okay.
So I'm thinking about, I'm going to invest in higher quality pieces. And if anything's a bit trend-led, I will rotate it. Sorry, I will share it.
Oh my God.
I can't help myself, I'm sorry.
It's okay, we love it.
But yeah, it's really about thinking about how much wear I'm going to get from things, because I think the minimum amount of times that you should be able to wear a new item that you buy is 30. So I think about that a lot now.
Nice, that's good. And you?
Likewise, same thing. I think of how much wear I can get out of it. I also make sure that I look at the tag and to see what materials it's made out of, because something that's made out of 100% plastic is not, despite how long I can wear it, once it goes, it's gonna do bad things. As well as, I always think to trade, like Eshita's saying, like Buffalo Exchange is one of my favorite places as well for the same reason. It's a place that we have in the States of when I'm done with clothes, I take it there. You can trade it out, swap it out, and I can leave with new clothes. Nice. So I try to think also is if I can fix it. Anything that I've picked up sewing little bits. There's also tons of DIY things on Instagram that I found of making like fun patches out of holes. So yeah.
I love that. And there's a really cool brand here in the UK called Wool in the Gang. And they send out, I saw some people nodding, but they send out knitting kits, which is really cool. So they'll send you a pattern, they'll send you the actual kind of wool, and you can knit as a community. It's really, really cool. That DIY movement is so amazing, and I love that. And just to flag what you said about oil, most polyester is made from crude oil and non-renewable resources, and lots of people don't know that. So it's a synthetic. So once it goes to the landfill, that's an incineration. So that's a good one, looking at the label and choosing natural fabrics when you can. Another question I wanted to ask is, because remember I said earlier about kind of when we get our clothing, the biggest intervention we can all have is how we look after that. So how do you guys look after your clothes more sustainably? Like, how do you treat them?
Again, like I read I like that, which is something I didn't do in my younger years. Like, and I ruined so many clothes when I was little. But now I look at the label, look at the washing instructions. I try to do it that way. And then, like I said, I try to repair things where I can, or repurpose them and like combine things, take piece from this, and put things together.
Nice.
Yeah.
I think for me, I don't really like to use dry cleaners that much. So a lot of stuff is hand washed. And yeah, I think to be honest, you don't need to wash everything after wearing it just once either. I think people think, oh, I've worn a pair of jeans today, so I'm wearing it. I can't wear it tomorrow because it's dirty. Yeah. It needs to be cleaned. Yeah. And I didn't realize that when I was younger. Yeah. So now I'm kind of like, not that my clothes smell, or I smell.
I was going to say, use the smell test. Smell test.
But I think that's probably a big one, and that's how you can care for your clothes, and they can go longer as well.
Nice. And I think the other question I wanted to ask was about something you both touched on, which was about kind of accessibility for people at different stages of life and with different disposable incomes. And I know we keep hearing, and I agree with you, sustainable fashion is expensive for lots of people, but I think that's because we haven't defined it broadly enough, because it does include vintage and secondhand, and it does include mending, and it does include just sharing it. I have two sisters who are in the audience right now, and their wardrobe was my wardrobe when we were growing up, and did they always consent to that? No. But the point is, that's part of sustainability too. So I don't want you to feel that you have to buy only brands that have, organic certifications or whatever to be able to be part of this conversation. Like you can, whatever your walk is. So can you give examples of ways that culturally, for example, because you mentioned your culture, which is really amazing, maybe cultural expressions of sustainability, or just how people from different walks of life express sustainability?
Yeah,
if that makes sense.
Definitely sharing with your relatives, your sister. Oh, my sister hated me when I used to borrow her clothes without asking her. But we're like the best friends now. So you do have to go through that, I think, in childhood. But I would also say, the other thing is this skirt is, I guess you would call it like a high street fast fashion brand. But I've had it for over 8 years. Luckily, I still fit into it, so that's great. But otherwise, you can, as long as you're getting a lot of wear from even fast fashion brands, I think that's still also being mindful and conscious of your consumption. Yeah. And I would call that being sustainable, right? It's about using what you already have and loving it. And if you must really add something new, then really think about how much wear you're going to get out of it.
Yeah, that's good.
That's something that I really think about a lot, is I always challenge myself to be more creative with what, instead of looking at my closet and going, well, I've worn all this, I'm bored with it, I go, okay, but there's something else here. Just like you can have 5 paints and make 1,000 paintings. Yeah. So it's like, what else can I do? What else can I, and it doesn't, and stepping out of trend and being like, well, what if I make up a new one by tying this thing around my arm and letting it dangle off? So yeah, I think culturally we can just be more creative in general, or challenge ourselves to be more creative.
That's really nice. That's a very positive one as well, that idea of creativity and a bit of hope. The last question I wanted to ask, and I know that we've got kind of a few minutes left, is when it comes to the fashion industry, because I know we've said this before, but this isn't on only you guys, I don't want you sitting here going, oh my gosh, I've got like another list of things to do. This is a call to the industry as well. Like things have to be done differently. And with our work, we're lucky we work with material innovators. There's a great company we work with called Tencel, and they're making biodegradable, like vegan, plant-based fibers. Like Maggie's dress is compostable. We would never do that to your dress, Maggie, but we're just saying we could, in case she comes and runs on here. But there are great solutions for this industry, and my question to you would be, if you were speaking to the fashion industry and you were saying, like, how can we do things differently? How can we reduce waste, or how can we kind of pioneer? What would you maybe say? What would those calls to action be from both of you?
For me, it would be one, to ask everyone to be transparent and to show their sustainable practices, no matter how far along in their process that they are. But even to show that they're making an effort, I think can go a long way. And I think also with the way that they advertise and market things, like I was thinking the other day, I'm like, what if brands put out new collections once every other year? Yeah. Or if just that they would push people to, like I said, to be creative and to be like, use this in a million different ways. That if they marketed it, and instead of making people feel like they needed to buy the next thing and stay on trend. So yeah, I think marketing, just change the perspective.
Yeah, that's gorgeous.
That's such a big one.
Yeah. Over to you, Eshita.
I think for me, it would just be to produce less. Yeah. I think, and to be honest, it's not just high street brands that are doing this. Even luxury fashion houses are producing a lot of stuff. I mean, you talked about how Billie gets a lot of stuff, and I think that's happening not just with Billie, but also, you know, like people who are, you know, sort of smaller content creators and influencers. It's just crazy how much product there is out there. There's no reason why people, I don't know. I think I've seen that now, you know, doing what I do, and I'm just, appalled. So less stuff.
Less stuff. Fantastic. Well, that brings our session to an end. Please, join me in kind of thanking Tatty and Eshita for being here.
Thank you so much.
Thanks so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you guys.
1 second. We'll just collect our
Have an awesome day, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you. Have this for you. Thank you.
Love a cool t-shirt. They're the wardrobe staple of the 21st century, but we also know it takes 700 gallons of water to make one t-shirt. Manufacturing that shirt releases 9.5 pounds of carbon into the air. First world consumers discard the average t-shirt in less than a dozen wears. That shirt can take up to 500 years to biodegrade in overcrowded landfills. 5 million t-shirts are manufactured every day. So Citizen T is on a mission to rescue 1.4 million shirts from entering landfills to conserve 1 billion gallons of water. We think you can wear your love of the planet and your love of fashion on the same sleeve. At Citizen T, we rescue teas using eco-friendly inks in a zero manufactured process. A Citizen T reduces waste. A Citizen T saves water. And a Citizen T saves the planet. Wear Citizen T.
Hola chicos, how are you? How's everyone doing? Everyone having a good time so far? Or kind of tired, sleepy, awake? Are we good? Well, first of all, we want to talk to you about Citizen T. I am Jeanette with Support and Feed, and we have partnered with Citizen T, and Overheated had also partnered with Citizen T to produce all of the merchandise that we have. Nothing's for sale, but the reason is because Citizen T rescues merchandise from the landfill because we have enough t-shirts to last us 7 generations. So if you never produce another t-shirt today, 7 generations later, we still have enough t-shirts. So that's crazy, right? And then the other thing is also that 85% of the clothes that we produce ends up in a landfill. So 85% of all the clothes that you see at a store ends up in a landfill. So this is why when we think about like fashion, we really think about it holistically. So for example, these shirts right here are rescued from a landfill. So otherwise they would have ended up here, and now we have beautiful garments. So if you have seen the Citizen T Playground clothes swap, did anyone go into the clothes swap earlier today? So you can take any piece of merchandise and you can swap it out for something that is created, including overheated merchandise. And we also have a large, massive flag made with rescued hoodies that we're going to end up in the landfill. Over 500 hoodies. And you can write, please, what you want for the planet. And imagining a planet that is greener and cleaner for everyone. So, we hope everyone is learning today as I'm learning. I just learned about over 3,000 liters for a t-shirt to make of water. So, I'm learning along with you. And we're about to go have lunch. So I want Abbie to come out with us. Where is Abbie? Are you ready? Are you hungry? Because I'm hungry. I'm already hungry. Yeah, we need to definitely go and eat. And Abbie, are you ready to eat today?
I am so hungry. I don't know about you guys. Honestly, you can probably hear my belly. Nearly. Thank you so much, Jeanette, and thank you to Citizen T and Support and Feed. Honestly, what an inspiring day it's been so far. Can we give it up for all the guests so far? Absolutely killed it. As we say, going to take a brief break now, tuck into some lunch. So there are some impossible boxes. So if you head to the back, get yourselves one of those, and then feel free to come back to your chair. You can tuck in and chat. And anybody that's watching right now online, we are taking your questions. We want to hear from you. Holler with your questions. They are going to be answered by Maggie and friends. All questions welcome. There's no such thing as a silly question, right? So we are going to go and take a look at those questions, and we'll be back on stage very soon. Thanks, everybody.
Hi, we are here to take your questions while our audience in the house has a nice little lunch. So we're going to feed your get your questions from Jeanette or Megan. What's up? What's the thing we both do every day to be more sustainable? You go
Good
first.
question. You know, I think it's about intentionality and mindset. So I think for a lot of us, we can easily do of just setting the intention in the morning, right? If I wake up every morning, do I want to start the shower and let it run while I get ready to choose my clothes? Or do I want to reduce water and say, let me find my clothes first and then turn on the shower and then go in and do my thing? Yeah, I think it's about that mindset.
Yeah, that's a great point. It's just a habits a lot of times. So developing those habits, the shower is a really good. Not everybody thinks about saving water, but we live in California, so we really think about it a lot. Yeah, every morning I do think before I leave the house, no matter where I'm going, take my water bottle, take my coffee cup, take my make sure my grocery bags are with me, my produce bags. So I do think of all those things. And then in my own house, I just have a lot of habits that I've developed. Like I don't use paper towels, I use dish rags, and I wash my clothes on cold. So it's really just developing habits and then sort of every day sort of intentionally making sure you're living that way.
And I think too, like the idea of upcycling food waste is such a great idea. Like a lot of people, when they make their morning meals or their lunch, their dinners, they have so much left over, or they have food pulp left over. And I tell them, you know, you could just actually repurpose that into the next meal for the next day, because a lot of us personally love to snack. And I think that like using, you know, food pulp from like juicing and something to use crackers or to make baked goods, it's like a snack on the go. And I think that a lot of us sometimes think, oh, let's just throw away these food scraps. But these food scraps are actually sources to eat.
So important. And also, I think when you plan your meals or when you think, what am I going to eat today, you look at what you have already first. You always start with, what are your leftovers? Can I eat them as is? Can I change them a little? But it's never a good idea to like just blindly think, what do I want to eat? And then go make that happen.
Yeah.
It's got to start with what ingredients you have and what you need to use up.
Yes, exactly.
Next.
You know, I really love this question. I used to work at a zero waste store, and the answer is depends on the geographic region you're in. I think here in the United States, the UK, we're overheated. It's almost hard because we've been ingrained to live with plastic our entire lives, whether that's the medical usage, whether that's our own kitchen usage or our own personal usage. Like, it is almost impossible to escape plastics, but it is possible to reduce the amount of plastics that you have in your home.
Yes, and I think also there are technological advances that will replace some plastics and that will serve the purpose that they serve in a different way. And I think it's a valiant effort to try, you know, to replace plastic with glass and et cetera, et cetera. But even like bringing a reusable water bottle into the venue, oftentimes they'll only let you bring an Nalgene or some kind of plastic water bottle. So I think it's noble, and I wish we could. I don't think we're going to be there. But I think the technological changes, we may get satisfactory replacements for those.
Yes.
That's fingers crossed. Biodegradable replacements, et cetera.
You know, this is such a good question. You know, there's actually a lot of cooling methods that you can do in your own home. So one thing I learned actually when I moved to the East Coast is that late at night, make sure to have all your windows open and so let that cold air to go in. In the early morning, you want to make sure you close all your windows, and that actually captures all the cold air that was in and actually cools your home down. And I actually realized this when I actually tried it 2 different times where I left my window open the entire day and it was just so hot, where I closed it early in the morning and it was actually cool, and I didn't have to use the AC. So those are really interesting.
It's really true,
things.
and also just covering your windows with dark blankets, etc. I mean, my kids grew up in a house where we were always like covering all the windows to save electricity. And of course, if you can afford to have solar energy, it makes a huge difference to know that you are creating that as well. And I think if the government would subsidize solar programs even more so that everybody could have solar. There's a great organization called Grid Alternatives that puts solar on low-income housing. But also, I grew up in the 70s, so my father was just like, turn off the lights, turn off the lights. Just don't leave a room without turning off the light switch. You know, unplug your appliances. In the UK, you're lucky because you have those little switches that turn it on.
Yeah,
the US, we have to
they really are.
them. But just be mindful, and especially the lights.
Mm-hmm.
What do you eat in a day?
What do you eat in a day, Isaias?
Okay, so, have my standard 3 meals, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I would say breakfast, I start off with some toast or oatmeal. It's really easy to make toast. I grew up with it, peanut butter, jelly. It's the go-to.
It's a bomb.
And then for lunch, I would say that I often into pasta if it's like a very busy day, because I think that you're able to simultaneously cook and do work. And so just making a homemade pesto with some walnuts, lemon, some cilantro, and just making the easy sauce when you can just save plastic usage. And then I think for dinner, I kind of finish off just like using baked vegetables. So like anything eggplant related or potatoes are really easy to put in the oven, let it bake for 30 minutes. So I'm someone that's very like you said, plan your meals, but also trying to get creative. So every day it's like kind of like what's gonna go to rotting soon, so maybe I should use it, or what can I save right now?
It's like you create your own game show, your own show. Like, exactly. I have these 3 ingredients. What can I make with it? I do that all the time.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people always think it's about, presentation style, but I always tell people, if the food is good, that's all that matters. I'm personally still working on my presentation style, my food. My friends make fun of me, but, the food tastes really great, and they always say, you need to work better on your presenting style. So it happens.
I have 2 different ways I eat. When I'm on tour with Billie, I'm unbelievably lucky. If we're in the venue, we have all vegan catering, and it's amazing. Pretty much eat 2 meals a day, so get off the bus or get up and eat, kind of wait to eat and eat lunch, about 1 or 2. I always start with soup, because there's amazing soup, and I love soup. And soup is a great way to get lots of vegetables in your diet really fast, so I love soup. And then there's an array of salads that are just spectacular, and then some mains, and then the same for dinner. It's really unfair. But when I'm home, I still kind of stick with the 2 meal a day thing. I often eat this is extreme, but I cook a lot, so I make a lot of vegan pancakes, French toast, muffins, those kind of things. Scrambled tofu I make all the time.
Yum.
All the time. Make scrambled tofu into vegan burritos. I often just eat plain oats because I like them plain with some almond milk, raw. Just raw. I don't even let it soak. And some blueberries. And then for dinner, I usually focus somehow on a vegetable, and it's 99% of the time broccoli, to be honest. And I cook something that sort of surrounds a vegetable like broccoli. It's either noodles or it's potato or another vegetable. I often eat tofu because I love tofu.
It's so diverse, tofu, that you're
anything
able to
with
do anything.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love
like the
it.
one thing I'll want to have if I'm stranded in an island is tofu.
Yeah. Is it sustainable to make your own clothing? That is a great question. I wish we had Samada here, but I happened to ask her about this question the other day because I was wondering, when you're buying fashion, you're looking for certain things. So, but what about when you're making fashion? So, I think that it can be very sustainable. Again, you would like to look for fabrics that are either organically grown natural fibers, or I also think if you're looking for dead stock fabric, a lot of fabric stores have, fabric that is basically going to go into the landfill. So you can look for that kind of fabric. Ask a lot of questions in the fabric stores, and they'll in the higher end fabric stores they probably know. In other fabric stores they may not, but might motivate them to find out. But I think it's definitely sustainable. Again, you want to make something that you will wear a lot, because that is always what matters. Because it is going to have an end life to it.
Yes.
Something's going to happen to it eventually, and you do have to think about that.
Yeah, I would say to produce your own clothing as an individual is very difficult unless you're a brand or a business that kind of understands the landscape. But in terms of shopping, I always tell people ask yourself, would you wear this t-shirt for the next 3 years? Mm-hmm. Often at times you'll say, no, I would not look I don't want to wear this when I'm 30, right? Mm-hmm. And so a lot of the times I tell people, choose clothing that you feel the most comfortable in, that you can culturally identify with, and that you're able to actually have options, meaning I can trade with my siblings, I can trade with my friends, normalize these types of practices so that you get to actually maximize the clothing. And also asking about, the manufacturing process, who's making the clothing, how much they're getting paid, asking yourself, where do I get these materials from, and how do I source them, and how do I pay people ethically?
Yeah. And you can also do a lot of mending. I think Samada talked on that, but getting clothes that have holes on them, doing a little bit of sewing.
Yes.
My husband always sews patches on everybody in the family's jeans. He's the patch sewer. Or embroidery over a hole, etc., can really extend the life of something, make it more sustainable.
Yeah, and yeah.
Another?
Yeah, you know, community building means building power and building validation. I think a lot of us here that are at the O2 really are curious about plant-based eating. We really want to learn and ask questions. And I think for younger people, if they don't have those communities available to them, it almost feels isolating. So I think we're bringing people together to actually make these connections and to actually be curious.
Yes, I should actually say this. I'm glad you asked that question because I was thinking about that. Dr. Ayanna Johnson always talks to people about having a climate squad, you know, having a group of people that you can talk about climate with and care and share ideas. And so I'm hoping this today for many people is them finding a climate squad and finding a source where they can find about all the other amazing climate activists and what everyone's doing. They could follow Isaias, they could follow all the people who are here and form a big climate squad and know that you have Overheated, letting you know innovations, advances, policies you can ask to be changed, all the kind of activities you can do in your life and beyond. So very important.
Yeah, no, definitely.
We are back for part 2. How are we doing, everybody? Have you enjoyed the day so far? I have learned so much already. And on the way, we have got some inspiring words from Ellie Goulding. She's going to be up here on that stage. And also, we are going to be joined by Finneas and Billie. Before all of that, though, I'm very excited about this. We're going to show you a snippet of the Overheated documentary. It's an amazing film. It's all about a critically overheating planet, and it features a whole host of famous faces. Youngblood's in there, Girl in Red, Vivienne Westwood. I mean, the list goes on and on. After you've watched this, the little clip, the executive producer, Naza, will be on stage to tell us all about how this film came together and the power of storytelling. Okay, take it away.
I definitely suffer from climate anxiety, and I know that so many people my age do too. And it's overwhelming sometimes, but I really just wonder if, we're doing enough.
Well, global temperatures are on track to break another record this year. Now, the latest data provides strong insights regarding long-term climate change.
The problem is capitalism. The people that are supposed to make changes, they don't give a shit.
We are in for dramatic physical change.
I remember days where I wouldn't be able to leave my house because the roads would turn into rivers and it would look like you're in a post-apocalyptic movie scene.
When I saw the floods, when I saw the landslides, I decided I had to do something about it.
Honestly, I just feel like Western civilizations should just reevaluate their own knowledge about everything. War, famine, fire and flood, poverty. Halt climate change is our priority.
It can be quite a bewildering experience to think that you're anxious about the future, but now the future is happening, and I'm still feeling these same emotions.
This is our culture, this is our history, and it's actually our future.
What's really important is that we don't lose hope, that we feel that change is possible.
Yesterday, world leaders were not ready to listen. Today, they are ready to listen. Tomorrow, I dare believe they will be ready to act.
I do have hope that another world is not only necessary for all of us, but it's actually possible.
The only thing we have to do absolutely is we have to halt climate change.
None of us is perfect. There is always so much more we could be doing. But the little things we do matter.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Naza Alakija. I'm the founder of Sage Foundation, and in partnership with Support and Feed and the Solomon Foundation, we created the documentary, which you just saw the trailer for. Storytellers from the fashion and music industry, as well as activists and indigenous community living on the front line of the climate crisis, will take you on a kaleidoscopic journey and share with you their stories, especially around the climate anxiety they're experiencing. It'll be screening from 4 p.m. today at Cineworld, so please do join us if you have the opportunity to do so. Alternatively, you can watch it on We Present. And this leads me to today's panel on the power of storytelling. So you could say that each of us is made up of a collection of stories. They are what make us human. We listen to stories to be immersed in the world of the storyteller, no matter how different it may seem from our own. We are swept away by narratives, and we experience reality from entirely new perspectives. We see ourselves there and feel a deep sense of connection and empathy. Stories are how we learn from one another and how we emulate our dreams. They are the most powerful way of unleashing creativity and bringing about change. It is with such pleasure that I will be speaking to 3 incredible, inspiring young women whose unique storytelling abilities have brought about seismic shifts. They have inspired me and many others across the world, and I really have no doubt that what they have accomplished is only the beginning. So without further ado, I will let Tori, Mya-Rose, and Clover introduce themselves. Tori, over to you.
Thank you so much, Naza. It's really great to see everyone here. My name is Tori, and I am a climate justice activist and writer, and also the co-founder of a space called Bad Activist Collective, which aims to dismantle the guise of perfectionism in activism, as we all know that, so many of us feel overwhelmed at the task of taking action and feel like we have to live, breathe, and eat perfectionism in order to take a stand. And what we try to do is dismantle that misconception. And I also work across different youth coalitions, specifically in Latin America and the Caribbean. I'm part of a youth coalition called Unite for Climate Action, which aims to make sure that marginalized communities and those from the global south of the global majority are represented in climate spaces.
My name's Mya-Rose Craig, and I'm also involved in global climate justice and climate change activism in general, and I got involved with that by starting a blog when I was 11 years old, and so I've been involved in activism for about 9 years now. I also do a lot of work to do with diversifying the environmental sector and nature-based spaces in general, and I founded my charity, Black to Nature, I suppose in order to further that campaigning work that I was doing in order to bring more diverse voices into the environmental movement. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Clover Hogan. I'm a 22-year-old climate activist and the founder and executive director of a youth nonprofit called Force of Nature. Everything that we do is to empower young people to understand feelings of climate anxiety, understand the difficult emotions that keep us up at night, and really feel equipped to translate those normal and necessary feelings into taking action in a really big way. So post the programs that we run with young people, we then bring them into spaces of influence to interface with people in historic seats of power, and through that intergenerational exchange, the goal is really to change the incumbent mindset and wake people up when so much of society is sleepwalking, when the science tells us we're really hurtling toward this cliff of climate collapse. So super excited to be here and to be joined by 3 people I really looked up to and am inspired by every single day.
Amazing, amazing. So I'm going to dig right in. One of the things that obviously you guys are all within this space, the most important thing for you is storytelling, and how you tell your narrative, how you tell what you're passionate about in your activism. So the first thing I want to ask from each of you is, what does storytelling mean to you? Because for me, from a young age, it was something that I experienced from my grandparents, for example. It connects my past to my future. What does it mean to you, and how has that shaped your activism today? Tori, do you want to go first, since you're assisting me?
Of course. You know, for me, storytelling is about being authentic and living authentically. You know, it's funny, we were having a conversation backstage just now about how much of an avid crier I am. I cry a lot. I'm a very emotional person. And for years and years and years, I always tried to hide that aspect about me. And I think a lot of young people as well, when they react negatively towards the state of the world, a lot of people are told that they're snowflakes. And I'm just like, we need to interrogate that. Like, what does that actually mean? I think it means that, if anything, we're demanding and expecting a better future that we can all live in equitably. And storytelling in that regard for me is honestly about being as authentic to yourself as possible. And I actually came into a really major shift a few years ago. I used to kind of go down the path of the wildlife filmmaking industry. And I swore I was going to be a filmmaker first and foremost. And I realized that my impatience with the state of the world wasn't going to coincide nicely with climbing a particular career ladder. And so I started talking very loudly and authentically, probably pissed off a few people along the way, if I'm honest. But to me, that is wholeheartedly who I choose to be, and how I choose to share my story is being as 100% authentic as possible, the good and the bad.
Yeah, I think like the phrase talking very loudly, I feel like that sums up what activism is and what being an activist is. Because I was thinking about this a lot before, and I feel like a lot of my activism links in with the act of storytelling, and I suppose more broadly, the act of communicating with people in so many different forms. Even the fact that I think for all of us, social media has played an incredibly important role in, you know, the fact that we're able to make ourselves heard in a way that never would have happened before. And I think back to how I first got involved with activism years ago now, and there was this oil spill in Bangladesh, where my family is from, and I heard about it through the Bangladeshi media, and I remember just waiting and waiting for people in the West to talk about it. It was this terrible, disastrous oil spill, and just no one cared. And I think the sudden realization that I could go online and I could tell that story and I could make people care was genuinely revolutionary to me. And it made me realize that, like, I know it's corny, but genuinely anyone can be an activist and anyone can make a difference. And it did make a difference. You know, that ended up raising massive amounts of money and saving that area of the forest. And so I think whenever I'm thinking about activism, I'm thinking about how to communicate with people, how to communicate issues, make people understand why they should care about these things. And that's what a lot of my work in diversity boils down to. I spend a lot of time talking to people from other countries, talking to people from, you know, ethnic minority communities in the UK, and helping them to understand what environmental issues are, what climate change is, how it's probably affecting family abroad and things like that. And I suppose, you know, figuring out how to communicate these issues effectively.
So as much as I do my best to hide it, I'm from Australia originally. I grew up in Australia for the first 13 years of my life, and then I moved to Indonesia for the rest of it. And I read about the climate crisis growing up in a bubble of climate privilege in Australia. I watched it in documentaries, and then I started to actually see some of those frontline first-hand impacts growing up in Indonesia. And when I was 16, I went to COP21 in Paris, so this global climate meeting where world leaders were finally coming together to take action at the pace and scale required. And I remember going in with this really kind of starry-eyed optimism and sense of relief as well. I felt finally people with real power, real influence are going to come around the table and act in a really big way. And the first event that I went to was called the Sustainable Innovation Forum. And it was sponsored by the likes of Coca-Cola, BMW, and Shell. I had never before seen greenwashing on such an unapologetic scale. I'd never met so many leaders fluent in making promises scheduled far enough into the future that they required no immediate action. And I remember feeling deeply disillusioned. I remember thinking it was like going to a conference on lung cancer sponsored by Philip Morris, the cigarette company. And I felt powerless for the first time in my journey as an activist. But the thing that I remember most is that I saw that powerlessness reflected in the eyes of the people around me. I saw it in those calculating policymakers. I saw it in those cautious corporate leaders. I saw it in my fellow eco-anxious peers. And for me, this was a real light bulb moment because I realized that in many ways, the climate crisis is really the story that we failed to tell. You know, we've learned about it in the context of 1.5 degrees of warming and polar bears, you know, things that if we don't have that direct experience are really difficult to understand or even begin to care about. You know, the climate crisis is everything from the clothes that I'm wearing to the food in my fridge to how I get around the city, but more than anything, it's a power structure that privileges a really small number of people. It's a story that convinces us that we're separate from nature and that it's okay to sacrifice frontline communities so that we can continue living in a bubble of comfort. It's a story that convinces us that, you know, limitless growth with finite resources is going to safeguard the future of humanity, which it clearly isn't. And so for me, storytelling is about rewriting all of the stories that we collectively subscribe to and starting with our own stories so that rather than subscribing to one about the system being too broken or being too small to do anything about it, we can realize the infinite power that we all have that, you know, everyone on this stage is really testament to when we commit ourselves to being part of the solution.
Clover, you just touched on something quite important, and that's when you talk about climate change, I think a lot of people generally associate that with melting ice caps and the polar bear. So if you had one piece of advice for the audience today, how would you humanize the situation a little bit more? How do you get the people, because obviously we're all feeling the climate crisis at different rates. We're all being impacted by it very differently. Those that are on the front line of it are really, really feeling it right now. And, here in, for example, the UK, some of us feel it, some of us don't, and some people believe it, some people don't. So what is the most important thing that you would think at this point is in activism to get your message across and just to really push on that urgency of why we need to care about the climate crisis?
Yeah, absolutely. So the first thing I will say is that I think for Gen Z in particular, being a very aware and connected generation, we don't see the issues in silos or in isolation. I think we're the generation that recognizes that the fight for gender equity is the same as the fight for racial justice, which is the same as fighting for prison reform and education for girls. And all of these things relate to the climate and ecological crisis, right? It's not something separate. It relates to the choices that we make every single day. And again, it relates to these kind of power structures that we've inherited. And, on the one hand, that can be incredibly overwhelming, right? And when you're on social media, you're learning about all of these really big, complex problems, and it's so easy to want to kind of shut down in the face of that. But the flip side is there are so many kind of touchstones and so many touch points that no matter what you're interested in, whether it is food or fashion, as we've heard about today, there is a space for us to show up in. And I think, my realization is that we're not going to solve this crisis with the same people, the same thinking, the same stories that have created it. And so we really need to be seeking out the voices and the people on the front lines of this crisis who've been living through it, but who have also been developing solutions in response to a crisis that perhaps we in the global north are talking about now, but they've been talking about for many, many decades. And so we need to ask consistently who is not in the room. And for those of us who do have privilege and influence and power, how do we make sure that those voices are there? Because what we're currently doing is not working. So we need new ideas, we need new creativity. Young people are such an incredible conduit for that, but also so are those who have been systematically excluded from the very decisions that are governing our future. So that would be my invitation.
And Mya-Rose, I know that for you, we're speaking of the Indigenous communities on the front line. I know you've worked previously with Indigenous communities. Why is it important that their voices are heard?
I think for so long, the conversation around the environment, the conversation around climate change has been so white and so Eurocentric. That it's genuinely subversive to hear anyone else's voice, which is, I think, such a tragic state of, the movement, really. And so, you know, in the last few years, there's really been a pushback against that, and there's been a push to include Indigenous voices. And I think this is for various reasons. Like, firstly, a lot of these communities are on the front lines of climate change and other environmental issues. It's them who's feeling the impact of, I suppose, Western exploitation of the land. But I think also, you know, when dealing with issues like this, when thinking about issues like this, this is how you think outside the box. This is how you come up with different solutions. This is how you come up with different perspectives on land use and things like that. I think one of the things that has really shaped my activism is the fact that I've been lucky enough to talk to so many of these people. Like, I wrote a book last year called We Have a Dream, and it was like interviewing these activists from around the world. And one of the ones that really stuck with me was this girl called Archana from northern India, and she was talking about how, you know, all the technology that her community had been using for millennia in order to, you know, survive, subsidize themselves, these were now things that she wanted to expand on a larger level and spread across India and use to counter climate change because, you know, they were good for the environment, basically. And so I think in terms of any issues, but especially climate change on such a global, intersectional level, it's so important to be hearing everyone's voices, and I think it is still Indigenous communities who are sidelined despite playing such an important role within all of this. Like, sorry, just quickly, because I just remembered, even at COP, like, at the panel that me and Tori were on, you know, it's an international conference, it's a UN conference, it was still so Eurocentric. Like, there was this amazing girl who had flown in, and she had to pay for her own translator. They had to fundraise so that she could speak in her own language and she could communicate at a UN conference and make herself heard. And at the end of the day, it wasn't the UN who was pushing for Indigenous representation. It was the activists on the ground who were flying people in, organising places for them to stay, creating platforms for them. And I think that that's really, really telling.
I just want to quickly add on to that the language barrier was such a huge issue at COP and is endemic to most climate spaces. And kind of further to what you were saying, the Bolivian delegation wasn't even able to know what the policy agreements they were making. They just had to agree, but they didn't know what was being said because there was no Spanish translation happening simultaneously. And these are countries literally making up policies to protect their citizens, and they had no idea what the policies were, so they just had to agree, you know? And that was a huge problem.
Yeah, very much. And, you know, we were talking about social media before, and it is a tool that essentially gives people a platform worldwide. Doesn't matter where you come from, doesn't matter who you are, you do have that platform. First, I want to ask, what is your experience of that been as a storytelling platform for you guys? But also, if you could offer a piece of advice around social media, what would it be? Because it does have its pros, but at the same time, we know that there's a lot of cons that come with it.
I think I might just dive right into that one, Naza, because you know, you hit the nail on the head when you said it was a tool. Social media has been so powerful for a lot of people, fostering community, and community is essential to this work. I think it goes without saying that no one individual is going to solve this crisis, and a huge part of my advocacy is dismantling this idea of individualism, instead striving for individuality, which is a different ballgame here. But social media, in many ways, is an incredibly powerful tool. I guess, as I mentioned, the first pro, community. Sharing information, giving a platform to those who don't necessarily have access to attend spaces such as the COPs and other climate conferences. It's really powerful in that regard. But then, of course, you do run the risk of kind of operating in a silo. I often talk about echo chambers online and how so many of us kind of shout into the void at people who are already converted towards the message that we're talking about. And you begin to realize when you meet everyday people, they're not thinking about climate change a lot of the time. You know, most working class people would be thinking about putting food on the table for the family, trying to make sure that they have housing stability. And I think, unfortunately, for many people in the climate movement, operating solely online can be quite disillusioning and also not very in touch. So I really encourage kind of both off and online stuff in terms of advocacy. And also, you know, there's no doubt that many of us have spent time doom scrolling and looking at the news and feeling overwhelmed with the state of the world. And I feel like that level of paralysis doesn't inspire action. It inspires anxiety. And a lot of the work that Clover does is about kind of trying to untap that potential that you have to take action. And so I think it's really healthy to have boundaries. If you know the science, if you know what's happening in the world, don't subject yourself to more things that are just going to make you want to hole up and not take action. Make sure that you enforce boundaries and create spaces for joy as well, because, you know, I think it's a very radical act to live in this world in a joyful way and be inspired and feel hopeful for what's to come. So those are my 2 cents on social media. And I've learned this from mistakes in the past or from the trials and tribulations of existing online and feeling very depressed because of it. But, you know, boundaries.
God, I would agree with all of that so much. Like, I have such a love-hate relationship with social media. And I always think, like, the people that follow me must get such a strange perception of me, because I do go through these periods where I love it and I'm posting so much, and then I just can't stand to log on for like a month. But I do think, like, there's such an interesting relationship between social media and burnout, because I know so many people already, like, just in the last few years, who have burnt out and just are not willing to step back into the climate movement at all. And I think, like, social media contributes to that by, I feel like, giving this sense that you know, we were talking about this earlier, that you have to care about everything all of the time, be posting about everything all of the time to be like the perfect activist. And it's just, A, it's not possible, B, it's not helpful. You know, it's not a good thing to do. And so you end up with all of these people becoming incredibly burnt out. But I think also this is sort of when you end up with the sort of Instagram infographic side of activism, where it's like, if you can't engage with an issue on the deep level, the complex level that it deserves, you end up with people posting these like aesthetic, consumable squares on their story to try and communicate these issues so that they can post as many as possible, when that's not, I suppose, you know, to go back to storytelling, that's not the storytelling of activism, that's like reposting stuff on your Instagram story. So I guess, like, the best activists that I've seen online are the people who have their issue, their singular issue, their few things that they really deeply care about, and they post about those. And I've learned so much from people like that.
I'm so glad this is such a candid chat on social media, because I feel like we glamorize it a lot of the time. I think one thing I will say is that, you know, when I learned about the climate crisis, I was growing up in a, you know, town of 6,000 people in Australia, farming and mining town. Climate change was definitely not talked about. And I remember, you know, watching these films alone in my bedroom, tears streaming down my face, feeling so heartbroken and sad and angry, and really alone. You know, I was learning about the issues, but I wasn't connecting to the people who were doing something about them. And I, at that time, at that age, couldn't see anyone my age who was out there. And so, you know, for a couple of years, I didn't really do anything because I wasn't sure what to do or how to start or what activism looked like beyond, you know, riding, you know, a zodiac into the path of a whaling ship or becoming a climate scientist. Like, the pathways were just not visible to me. And I think, you know, one of the upsides of social media today is that, you know, there's so much visibility around people engaging in these spaces in really, really different ways. And I feel like there's no shortage of like opportunities to engage and to learn about these issues. But at the same time, as both Tori and Mya have touched on, this can veer into the world of like hero worship, and it's something that really scares me about like the rise of like eco-influencers and this kind of thing, is that, you know, these people can feel like inherently inaccessible, and you know, oftentimes like the lifestyles that we're promoting are not accessible, they're not necessarily sustainable either. And I talk to a lot of young people like in our community who just say, yeah, but I could never be a Greta, I could never be a Mya or a Tori, right? And so it's like, how do we do the storytelling in a way that connects it back to those very first steps, you know, which for Greta, for example, is like sitting on the steps of Parliament with a cardboard sign, you know, like how do we tell the honest story that is engaging in these issues in a really human way, rather than just kind of creating poster children of the climate movement?
I really want to add on to that because it's such an important dialogue. And so when Mya and I did a panel at COP26. We actually did one with Emma Watson and Greta Thunberg, and Emma was reading out Greta's bio, and Greta just sat there like this the whole time. She was so modest, and Emma was so surprised. She's like, she's so modest, I don't understand it. She's an incredible person. And she is. She's a really incredible person. And the thing is, every single person has that. And I think that's part of the problem that you were talking about, this really severe idolization of sole individuals to be the source of climate action. Greta is a human. We are all humans. We are all deeply imperfect. I will never be the quote-unquote perfect activist, which is why I talk about bad activism. But martyrdom in this movement is something that I think needs to take a backseat. It's not going to be solved by one individual upholding climate justice. It's going to be solved by every single person in this room walking away and realizing that they have the potential to create change, to tell their own story, to influence those around you. So yeah, I just love that conversation, Clover, and I'm really glad you brought it up.
Tori, I want to go back to something that you mentioned earlier, and that was climate anxiety. I think coming into this space right now and talking about the climate crisis and trying to gain an understanding and trying to help, it does build a lot of anxiety around your work, right? So, and I know you're currently writing a book on climate anxiety. How important is it for us to start storytelling on climate anxiety, and how important is it for us to really get it out there and just tell people, okay, what you're feeling is normal, and what we're experiencing is we're all experiencing it essentially.
Yeah, thank you. So I want to kind of preface this by telling you where the title of my book came from. It's called It's Not Just You, and it has a few meanings. It's Not Just You is a reminder that you're not alone in whatever struggles that you have. It's also a reminder that it's not just you. We need to employ intersectional perspectives to understand the climate crisis and therefore mental health. It's not just you, it's the systems that we live in. And it's not just you. We can't be employing individualism as the solution to things that ultimately really need collective care and community structures. And the reason why I say that is because when I talk about eco-anxiety, I think a lot of people are expecting me to just talk about how I'm terrified of the future. But the reality is it's not just the future. It's now, and it's been the past. And growing up in a fishing town in Hong Kong, I can guarantee you I was just as terrified then as I am now. And I think it's also very difficult for me to pry apart my eco-anxious experience with my predisposition to mental health struggles, whatever that might be. You know, I am your classic person with ADHD. I have highs and lows. I get distracted all the time. And with that comes a caveat of experiences that I can't just attribute to the state of the planet. It's so interconnected. It's so, hard to think about how my depression and my anxiety is separate from the capitalistic system that we live in, from the fact that so many of us are burnt out. We're worried about the future. We're not being able to afford things. We're in the midst of a crisis at the moment in the UK with rising energy bills, And so how is my mental health separate from all of that? So by writing, I really wanted to humanize this issue as one that is perhaps unique in some ways, but also one that doesn't have to look the same to everyone. I think eco-anxiety is a very personal thing, but it's also something that, there are some caveats that need to be explored, especially with the systems that we're in. So that for me was why I decided I wanted to write about it.
Very interesting. And Clover, you have a nonprofit that mobilizes mindsets for climate action. So obviously storytelling for you is a very important piece. Can you tell us a little bit more about your work?
Yeah, absolutely. So Tori touched on something which really resonated before, which was this sense of trying to run away from those difficult emotions. And I know that when I first declared to my parents over dinner one night that I wanted to be an environmentalist. We were eating a roast dinner, and I said my first action is to become vegetarian, which my French dad, who's a chef, was not super excited about. But I was really in tune with those difficult emotions, but I really thought that I had to beat them into submission. I thought that they were a weakness, and if I let the door open to my anxiety and my grief, then I would fall in and never come out. And I was forced to fall into those feelings during the fires back home in Australia, where every day I was waking up to the headlines of how many billions of animals had been incinerated. I was seeing the Instagram stories from my friends of them standing on the roofs of their homes trying to keep the flames at bay. And I realized that I couldn't keep performing this mental gymnastics. I realized that eco-anxiety was the fuel that motivated me every single day, but it was also the reminder that I am human and that I am awake and not asleep to this crisis. And so for us at Force of Nature, everything that we do is normalizing this conversation around eco-anxiety, recognizing that it is a shared generational experience, and yet it's really different for young people, whether you're in a bubble of privilege and climate change is a perceived thing or it's something that you're living through, right? So it's this whole diversity of experience, and recognizing that one of the most powerful things beyond talking about these feelings is coming together in community and realizing that we're not alone, right? Exactly, the title of Tori's book. So we've just developed the kind of spaces and the tools and containers to help young people have those conversations, and then to really think critically about how is my eco-anxiety an indicator for what I care about, so that I know where I want to channel my energy and how I want to show up in activism.
And Mya-Rose, you have your book coming out in July, I believe. I've already pre-ordered it on Amazon. Bird Girl. Do you want to give us, we have to wrap up for today's panel, but do you want to give us a quick overview of what you'll be talking about in your new book?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's called Bird Girl. It's out in like 2 weeks, which is terrifying. And I feel like I don't know, graduated to like a fully fledged storyteller now. But I'm very into bird watching in nature, which is how I first engaged with environmental issues when I was a kid. That was sort of my route in. And I originally wanted to write a book about birds because I really like birds. And it ended up as something that is far more deeply personal than that, which was very unexpected. But it's something that explores a lot about, I suppose growing up in an age of, environmental crisis, like how, your life shapes your activism, things like that, but also like ended up as a very honest conversation around mental health and growing up with mental health and I suppose the relationship that's had in my family and things like that. But sorry, I know that we're like totally running out of time, but thank you.
Amazing, amazing. Well, round of applause for our amazing panelists today. I'm very inspired. I'm sure everyone else here as well. So thank you so much for your time, and hopefully we'll be able to see you soon.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Wow, what an amazing panel that was. And like others out there, we have an amazing talent out there. I want to give a great opening of Ellie Goulding. She is a multi-platinum selling singer and songwriter, and Ellie Goulding's career includes 2 Grammy Award nominations, a Golden Globe nomination, 2 Brit Awards, sales of 18 million albums, and over 140 million singles, and 23 billion streams worldwide. Wow. But that's just the start of it, right? By her own admission, she hated public speaking, but she has made it her business to get in front of powerful leaders and tell them directly to stop destroying the planet. Her mission is to get youth activists at a seat at the table, from marching at COP26 to even attending Stockholm Plus 50, where she met with youth climate leaders from all over the world. Ellie is a nonstop force of nature for nature. So here she is, Ellie Goulding.
Hello, Overheated. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart to Billie and to everyone here today for making this happen. Honestly, such an honor to be here, and it means the world to me, so thank you. It's really good to see you guys. Lovely smiling faces. Thank you, Isaias, for that lovely introduction as well. I've learned a lot from your activism and your work, and you're amazing, so thank you. Oh, hello, everyone out there. I didn't even see you up there as well. So a few years ago, I decided to express the fears and hopes I carried about our beautiful planet. And I gave the crisis a name out loud, the climate and the nature crisis. I started speaking out and couldn't understand why so few people in my industry were talking about literally the most important thing on Earth. And then I started getting, I suppose, like a kind of backlash to begin with. It felt weird because everything I said seemed to have really huge repercussions, and apparently saying out loud that I was frightened for our future was a big deal. Pleading for us to keep forests intact and those important things, and was treated as if I'd made a really big political statement. In fact, I even started shedding followers on social media, on Instagram and Twitter and things, at an alarming rate. And I was like, oh God, what have I done? At the same time, I became an environmental ambassador for the UN, and it meant that I had to go into a lot of scary conferences. This isn't scary, this is nice. A lot of scary conferences full of scientists and global leaders and make speeches, which is my worst nightmare. Yeah, so that wasn't that fun for me. But I carried on for 3 reasons. The first is, what else would I do? Like you guys, I feel such a strong connection to this planet. And for me, it's not about just now being like an eco-warrior and hugging trees. It's an intuitive understanding that we are 100% reliant on these incredible natural systems provided in this biosphere, which I've learned is just like a posh word for the planet. And we know for clean water, you need healthy forests to balance carbon. You need healthy seas and peat bogs and mangroves and seagrass. In fact, we are nature. This is our system, and we are part of it. So I wasn't going to be that person who stood back and watched these precious things disappear along with our future. And the truth is, our natural world is in a really dangerous state. We're destroying natural systems and the diversity of life faster than it can regenerate. Current extinction rates are around 100 to 1,000 times higher than average the past several million years, and they are accelerating. If we don't act, there will be, quite simply, nothing left. My second reason for speaking up and out is that I didn't trust the people that had the microphone, to be honest. I found their reassurances not very reassuring, as I'm sure you can relate. Yeah, too many old dudes with strong connections to the oil industry for my liking. Global heating seemed to be global cheating. There was always an excuse or some mad plan that seemed to benefit them, but no other member of humanity. Their plans included carrying on as usual, continuing to overheat the planet, and then somehow sucking emissions up with a giant sky hoover to be invented sometime in the future, or trashing this planet and then blasting off to Mars to create a backup biosphere, which is one of the worst things I've ever heard. There's no backup Earth. You can't generate new nature when you destroyed the old stuff. So I just thought I'll just keep going. Kept pushing, kept agitating, annoying people, pissing people off, and I'm keeping a lookout for my real allies, including you guys. And then I found them, these incredible, amazing youth climate and environmental activists like these guys. I think they're going to come up on the screen. Yes, that's me in Sweden last week. And I had the best conversations. It was the best. I did a bunch of different things, speeches and things, but this was the most valuable time I had there. So I caught up with all these guys, and it really was my happy place because I know that you guys represent real change. Young people who travel days, sometimes several of them by canoe to get to these meetings. And I even met a couple of activists from real war zones happening right now that we're all aware of, who have lost literally everything, and they still make the effort to be there. In some cases, these youth activists are considered enemy number one back at home by their own governments. As I've already said, those with vested interests in oil, gas and mining that's destroying the ancestral lands of these young people are out to get them. So thank you to Shia and Daphne and Ilias and Helena, Juan, Takuma, Cara, Eric and Grace for your immense courage and commitment. If you're wondering how you're connected to them, you're my third reason. you're their allies, and they need you to stand alongside them. Thanks to the young people who have stood up and pushed their way into the official processes and made the climate and nature crisis their priority, you are already part of a generation that is also a movement. These are my heroes, genuinely, and your allies, and together you're the people I want representing me. You have the interests of this planet at heart. You are the most powerful kinship and global coming together this planet has ever seen, and I am really here for it. So now I ask for you to step up and claim your place in this movement, and there are a million ways to do this. So don't worry if you're an introvert like me, believe it or not, or if you hate TikTok. A lot of people do, I get it. Or if you, maybe everyone likes TikTok here, but TikTokers? No, I've got a few shaking heads. But yeah, I promise there is a U-shaped hole in this global movement where you get to choose your future. And I really believe this global movement is already unstoppable. It's already bigger and more impactful than any other youth-based movement that has ever existed. I know it's still too hard to be heard and to join the decision-making, but that is changing. And I know I'm only one person, but I'm doing everything in my power to make sure that you guys get a seat at the top table. You don't just inspire me, you also represent the most precious thing in my life, which is my 1-year-old son, Arthur. I'm sure if he could, he would thank you personally, but he can't talk yet. I know it sounds like there's a lot of work to do, and it does seem really, really, really overwhelming. I get it. But together, working together, we do stand a chance. Wow, that finished really quickly. So, am I allowed to swear or not? Okay, someone's like, yes. Okay, go. Okay, so I'm going to end with some words from my one of my go-to climate gurus, Mary-Anise Hegler. It's quite sweary, but I think it's fine, right? She says, if someone else did the hard work to make this world as shitty as it is, that means we can do the hard work to make a new, better world. If they can fuck it up, we can fix it up. Buckle up, buttercup. And that's it. And I'll be right there with you, so thank you so much.
Give it up one more time for Ellie Goulding. What force of nature. I feel all fired up now. We still have so much on the way for you, including this next panel, which is a really important conversation. I'm handing over to Dominique Palmer for this one.
Hello. Hi, everyone. My name is Dominique Palmer. I am a climate justice activist, a youth climate justice activist, and I'm based in the UK. I'm an organiser in Fridays for Future International and Climate Live, and a member of Bad Activist Collective. And so today, we're really going to be focusing on intersectional climate justice, which is something that I like to focus on a lot and mobilize people for in terms of climate action. And I'm going to be joined by amazing panelists talking about race, climate, and privilege. So thank you all so much for joining us, and for everyone watching. Every single person here right now is, you're part of this movement, and by listening and engaging and taking these learnings outside of this event today, you are part of this global movement for change. So thank you, because every single one of us, every single one of you has power, and don't forget that the power of the people is truly monumental, and when you act together as a collective, every single movement has won with collective action. And so whatever you can do, you will be a part of creating a ripple of change. And just remember that. So today's panel is about race, climate, and privilege. And this is really focusing on intersectional climate action. So we need intersectionality to make sure that climate action is equitable. And it's making sure that social inequalities do not continue to dictate who is most impacted by the climate crisis, and have representation of marginalized communities in these spaces. And by doing so, we can have equity in our solutions and in creating a greener, fairer, and safer future. And another world in this way is truly possible. We just have to be brave enough to stand up for it and to rise up for it and to have justice at the heart of everything that we do. And so if you're not familiar with the term climate justice, it can seem quite overwhelming because of all the intersections between society and the climate. But some amazing panelists, youth activists here with me today are going to be breaking that down and how you can, in your everyday life and in activism, have justice at the heart of what you do and advocate for climate action that is intersectional and really achieve the world that we so desperately need to see. So, without further ado, introducing our panelists. First is Aditi Maya, a sustainable fashion blogger, photojournalist, a real-world storyteller, and labour rights activist who explores style and social justice. So give it up for Aditi, everyone. Next we have Maxine Williams, a mental health advocate, anti-racism activist, a writer, and is also a model and creative who is bridging the gap with the fashion industry. So give it up to Maxine, everyone. And finally, we have Yusuf Baluch, who is an indigenous climate justice activist from Balochistan and an organizer in Fridays for Future Balochistan, and works on climate education in his community. So everyone give it up for Yusuf. Amazing. So let's get started. First question I really want to ask, and I think it will help everyone really understand our panelists, is we can go to everyone. Just what is your story in terms of how you got here today? So how did you get involved, and what does climate justice personally mean to all of you?
Do you want to go first? Okay, should I go first? Hi everyone. Yeah, like Dominique said, I am a anti-racism activist, and that's what I would say like I focus on primarily, and like mental health advocacy and just the intersections of social, like race, gender, everything else, any sort of social injustice really. What is my story? That's a good question. So I'm 19. I left school a year ago, this month. Yeah, a year ago. And during sixth form, that's when my activism, I would say, started. So I was in year 12, so this was 2 years ago. I organised a letter, an address to my school to sort of address the racism that had, permeated in the school environment long before I'd even got there. And so I think that was like the first thing that I did. And then obviously from that was really like trying to, like through Instagram and social media, really trying to become aware of like activism and advocacy and the different sort of problems that there are. And obviously the climate crisis is a huge crisis. So I think for me, it's mostly been in the last 2 years, really just actually having a better understanding of the world. I think when you're a young person as well, you don't really, like, your world is like school, home, and any like, I don't know, extracurricular activities that you partake in. So yeah, that's not very interesting, but like that's like my story.
Oh, so interesting. You're doing everything.
I went to school, guys.
Thank you. Aditi.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. So as Dominique mentioned, my work is in the sustainable fashion space. And so I had my start in this space about a decade ago. I was going into my first year of my undergrad, and I learned about the Rana Plaza factory collapse. And for those that are not familiar, Rana Plaza was an 8-story garment factory in Dhaka, Bangladesh, producing for some of the world's biggest fast fashion names. And essentially, structural cracks were found in this factory, and it was ordered to evacuate. But there was so much pressure from upper management to have workers complete orders that garment workers were called back into work the next day, and the structure collapsed. Now, this was the biggest industrial disaster of our time. And for me at that time, it really switched the flip to start thinking about fashion through a lens of the politics of labor, which was disproportionately affecting people of color globally, especially women. And it also allowed me to dive into the environmental impact of fashion. And so what happened at that time, this was about 2013, is there was this rise of the sustainable fashion movement or the ethical fashion movement. And as a child of the internet, as I assume most of us are, I was like, I'm gonna start a blog because that's what you do. So I started a blog that was honestly a 3 a.m. project. I didn't know where it would go, maybe one post and then I'd never look at it again. But it went into this whole rabbit hole of trying to understand sustainable fashion. Fashion is my chosen vehicle to understand systems of oppression in our world today, because I think fashion compounds so many of the issues we're facing, from racism and the workforce and labor rights to the environmental justice element of it. So from there, I saw that the knee-jerk reaction that the industry had was conscious consumerism, vote with your dollar, which is really important, but when we reduce a movement to voting with your dollar, it limits not only how you can engage with the movement, AKA money, but who can engage with that movement, those who have buying power. And so my goal is to kind of expand our understanding of sustainability beyond consumption and consumerism. Sustainability for me is an interrogation of power. Why is sustainability this alternative market, this niche? Why is it that the normal system has normalized violence as part of business as usual? And so the world that I'm building towards has sustainability not as a qualifier or an alternative world, but the norm. And so my work is using fashion to think about all of these topics through a lens of reimagination, decolonization, and anti-racism. And so I will jump into all of that for the rest of the panel. But thank you for having me.
Thank you, Aditi. It's so important to have that lens and that framing on sustainability. Yusuf.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me here. I was 6 years old when I lost my home because of the flood, and we need to evacuate our home at the middle of the night. And I used to live in a village in Balochistan. Basically, Balochistan is a region between Pakistan, Afghanistan, and Iran. So my story revolves around so many levels, and it starts with operation and ends with operation, like so many indigenous communities around the world, and it has so many things in between. So after that, it was my first time that I was exposed to an environmental disaster, and I was not aware about the climate crisis and how it's being caused. But I knew that there were so many things, there were so many disasters which happened before that to my family and to my community in Balochistan. And they have been exposed to so many environmental disaster there. So I started thinking and I started connecting different dots between intersectionality and environmentalism, like how race, privilege, and how gender justice, social justice, and how decolonization connects with the environmental justice. So when I started reading about all those issues, when I just getting to know about all those things, I started getting involved with the environmental movement and started doing things like organizing and teaching people about the climate crisis, like doing awareness session and stuff, and that's how it started.
Thank you. Amazing. I just love hearing everyone's different stories, as I got involved in activism during the climate strikes because I could see the unequal impacts of the climate crisis on my community and how it was disproportionately impacting people. And that's before I even started connecting the dots to how it is all around the world. And it's so powerful to see how everyone's gotten to this stage and has really seen the intersections. And this is why we need representation in these spaces. It is so important. So, when it comes to marginalized communities, it can often feel that they are not represented in nature spaces, for example. Why is it so important to emphasize that the wild is a place for everyone? And I know a lot of marginalized communities don't always have access to green spaces and access to nature. And I know, Aditi, you've been doing a lot of work with rewilding. Why is this so important?
Yeah, so when it comes to environmentalism, I feel like a lot of the language and resources out there are very stat heavy, right? Mm-hmm. We know a lot of the figures, the understanding the gravitas of this moment, how we're headed towards climate collapse if we don't address these systems, to the fact that where I'm from in America, race is the biggest factor that determines whether you are located near toxic waste sites or toxic facility. All of that is so important, but I think there's something to be said of how reorienting our personal relationships with nature and the wild is such a big part of this movement. Beyond any stats, it's that personal relationship. And I think that as much as this movement is about understanding systems of oppression and addressing systems of oppression, we also need space for healing. And I think green spaces is something that every community needs to have access to, but systemically, only the select few do. Why is it that there's barriers to entry for Black, Indigenous, and people of color to have access to green spaces? And I think that's one thing that's really important to address. And rewilding is also about engaging with topics around Indigenous communities, right? We know that Indigenous communities make up less than 5% of the global population, but steward 80% of biodiversity. So sustainability isn't about reinventing the wheel. I really think it's following the lead of cultures, so Black, Indigenous, and people of color that have honestly always had symbiotic relationships with the natural world. If you look at our cultures, when it comes to sustainability and sustainable fashion, one of the things that bothered me about this idea of only being a consumer and not being a citizen or community was that when I thought about sustainability, it was being fed as something I needed to buy. But growing up as a low-income person in the States and coming from an immigrant background, sustainability was a way of life, secondhand fashion, hand-me-downs, the idea of, passing things down. My grandpa was a sustainable fashion icon for wearing the same thing for 20 years, So that was a definition of sustainability that I felt was missing. And I think when it comes to race and representation, it's not just to be quote unquote politically correct because yay, diversity. It's literally because sustainability needs to have all these different modalities in it. And the more people that can represent sustainability, the more solutions we'll have. Because literally every community holds their own key. Sustainability isn't a one-size-fits-all. So we need people with specific land-based communities and specific knowledge to really expand what the future needs to look like. And that's why I think having access to green spaces can be the first step to inspire that emotional connection to what we need to ultimately protect.
Definitely.
Such a good
answer. That was brilliant.
But yeah, I completely agree with what you said, especially about Black, brown, and Indigenous people having such a sort of innate connection to nature and to the world. It's so integral to our cultures historically. So yeah, I think it's really important that you highlighted that.
So crucial. Completely second what both of you guys have said. And following on from that, Yusuf, you're an Indigenous climate justice activist. And as Aditi mentioned, Indigenous communities are safeguarding 80% of our biodiversity. And as Indigenous activists, can you tell us more about why it's so important to be represented and also the barriers that are faced?
Yeah, so first of all, I want to say that Indigenous communities have been living with nature from thousands of years, and they have been living with nature with harmony. And they are the guardians of nature, and they are the guardians of environment. And they have been protecting all those natural things from decades and from thousands of years. But they are the ones who are being oppressed, and they are the ones who are being affected by the climate crisis, and they are the ones living on the front line of the climate crisis. And they have been exposed to more natural disasters and the impacts of the climate crisis on those areas. So it's it's extremely important to have those voices in every crucial negotiations. So they have their say, and they have their own, because they have their own ways of fighting the climate injustice around the world. Most of the times we hear from especially politicians and people that we need to take climate action to mitigate the climate crisis. But what I know that there is a huge difference between climate action and climate justice, because most of the times when we talk about the climate action, we are just forgetting that those vulnerable people, those indigenous people around the world who have been affected by all those things because of their skin color, because of their race, and because of so many other factors. There are so many other factors about that. So I think if you're fighting about the climate action, if you're just speaking about the climate action, so it's extremely important to talk about climate justice, because climate crisis is a product of deep, longing colonization, which happens hundreds of years ago, and we are still suffering from those impacts. As I mentioned before, that my family has been suffering from decades about the impacts of the climate crisis. It's not something which is happening in the future. It has been people have been impacted by the climate crisis decades ago and right now, and they will be impacted by it in the future. So I think it's very important to have those voices at the table, and it's important to have nature-based solutions like revoltings we were talking about before. So I think indigenous representation matters everywhere.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, you perfectly illustrated why that representation is so important, and to be in those decision-making spaces, because like you said, they're being most affected and have those solutions, and so much knowledge can come out of that. And we need to have more of a culture of listening and understanding and uplifting and platforming those at the front lines as a climate movement. And leading on from that, when it comes to these intersections, Maxine, you're a social justice activist, and you've spoken a lot about the importance of anti-colonial and anti-racism work as well. So why do you feel that is so important within climate spaces?
I think for me, the main thing is that when we talk about climate change and climate justice and climate action, especially in the West, it's very, white focused or Eurocentric in terms of its view, and in terms of the way that the lens in which people are trying to solve this issue. And I think people often you do hear in climate spaces how it's a climate crisis, race is separate, racism is separate, oppression is separate, when actually racism and anti-racism should be at the center and literally integral to the action and the justice that needs to be taken, because like Yusuf put perfectly, the climate crisis is a very new-ish, in terms of our in terms of us as humans, it's a very new problem. And Black, brown and indigenous people have been living on this planet in harmony with the planet, looking after it, living in the same sort of communities, structures as, now as they have and as they were 400, 500, 600 years ago. And I think without really interrogating the ways in which systemic oppression like racism is causing and contributing to the destruction of the earth, then we aren't going to really get anywhere. I think that's the first thing that I would say. But sort of, if that's confusing for people, I think the first example that I would give, a personal example, is that, so I'm Ghanaian, I'm from Ghana, and it's interesting because I was born here, raised here, but I still always consider Ghana home. And I think it was a couple of weeks ago, I was watching this video, and it was about how the landfills in Accra, on the coast of Accra, and I think it was 60 million tons, something like that, of clothes end up from like the UK, the US, like Canada, Australia, etc., end up in this one place in Accra. And at first, it was a Cantamanto, I think that's what it's called, the market. It was, it's like a second-hand market, so people get these, you know, like clothes that you would give in the charity shop. That's where it ends up, and people would originally get them and repurpose them. And so, yeah, that's like sustainable. That's sustainable. However, because of the rise of fast fashion, what's been happening is that people have been getting these items of clothing, and they're not very good quality. They don't have, you know, long-lasting life in terms of wear. And the people who work in the market cannot reuse it. And I think it's interesting because you have to think, so I'm trying to explain it in the best way, but like the process of, let's say, going to a charity shop and giving something that like, so in the video, the woman was explaining how, you know, she was showing an example. She was like, this has, you know, like sweat patches, like sweat stains. I can't use this. Who's going to wear this? And it's the idea that like almost, these people who are, you know, in Africa and Asia are going to be fine with my T-shirt that has sweat stains in it, when they're not, because we're human and we also like nice things. Like that shouldn't be surprising. So I think there are things like that where it's, in terms of the way that we're viewing black and brown people and non-white people in these cases, where, you know, all our clothes that we consume, and like because of overconsumption in the West, it's ending up on the shores of places like Accra, and it has to be burnt, which obviously adds to the problem of the earth dying. And it's, I don't know, I find it interesting. I think it's quite hard to articulate in the sense, because obviously I do exist in the West. I am, you know, I live in England, but there's part of me that really hurts, because it's like, imagine what's like a nice seaside town in this country. I don't know, like Brighton. Everyone loves Brighton.
Brighton's great, yeah.
Yeah, everyone loves Brighton. Imagine seeing tons and tons and tons of clothing on, you know, the shores and the beach in Brighton. Like, people wouldn't be able to imagine that. So why is that happening to, like, my people back home? Like, why do they have to deal with that? And I think, obviously, it comes down to the fact that, like, because of colonialism, because of racism, we view the conditions of people in the global South as, like, you know, less than, or, you know, not the standard that we have in the West. So it's almost like it doesn't matter if we're causing damage to them, but it does. And so that's a very long-winded answer, but that's why anti-racism is so integral, because oppression and bias and, like, prejudice literally affects the way that we function in society, and we need to unlearn these things to curb the climate crisis.
That was a great explanation, thank you, and a really great example as well of the distribution of landfills and waste and the air quality. And Aditi mentioned earlier about, you know, environmental racism in America, for example, and where communities of color predominantly are living next to these landfill sites and, you know, living with toxic levels of, you know, illegal air pollution, even communities of colour here, right in the UK. So it's such an important topic. And we can even see how, you know, the UN stated that 80% of climate refugees, for example, are women, and most of those are predominantly women of colour. And this is why it's such an important conversation. And the more that we have these conversations and the more that we place justice at the heart of it, the more that we can tackle it and actually have the future that we deserve and be able to safeguard our planet in a sustainable way that's not leaving anyone behind. And you also touched on community, and I think community is so important. And I feel like here in the West, it's very individualized. It's very focusing on, us as individuals and acting in that way, which is really important for things, but also community is everything. And it's so important that we see collective action as something integral, not an add-on. It's always something that we're a part of when we're working together in that. And so, community and the climate movement is something that, for me personally, has really guided me through my activism, and I'm sure has been for you guys as well. And seeing the amount of love and unity and resilience that can come from your community that you find. And so I just wanted to ask you guys, how have you found your communities? How do you find surrounding yourself with other people who are fighting for exactly the same thing you are? Like, how important is that to you?
I'll answer first. Okay. So yeah, I think I will start by saying how, at the beginning when I was introducing myself and like telling my story, I was saying how I started activism in school. And I think when I say that, sometimes people are like, okay, cool, cool. It's what's the relevance? But the reason why I'm going to be 20 in too soon. So I'll probably stop using that as the point of explaining. But that's when I was in school and I realised that I was, really passionate about the world and I cared about people and I cared about injustice. I felt very isolated in that. And it was really difficult. Like, I'm not going to sit here and lie and be like, yeah, I found my community in school. Like, I started wanting to save the world and my life changed. It didn't. That didn't happen. Because when you're young, you don't really care about those things. And I think to some extent that's okay. But when you do, it can be really isolating to be the only person in your class or your year or your area even who is known for caring about these things. So when I started, posting stuff online, sharing my thoughts about racism and other forms of oppression, I obviously, I started gaining a following and consequently connected with different people and started, creating a community. And for me, that in itself, I would say, has changed my life in such a good way, because even if, I'm at uni currently, just finished first year, and even if, I don't know, in my accommodation building, no one there is an activist or no one there really cares about systemic oppression, I know that there are people online, and I think sometimes when we talk about the online world, people often look down on it because they're like, oh, it's not real, but the people behind it are real. You exist online, but you're real. So you're here in the flesh. And that's what reassures me, and that's why it's so important, because you can't do things by yourself, you can't sustain it by yourself. The times that I was doing certain, organising in school, and I was being ostracized, that was really, really difficult, so difficult. But knowing that I had a community of people who were there and had my back and were there for advice and uplifting, and also space to take time out as well, was really good. And so yeah, that's why I think it's important and integral to the work that we do.
Yeah, it is, and the online space can be a really great place. Aditi, how did you find your community?
Yeah, similar to you, Maxine, I think there is a lot of power in what social media has been able to provide on a community basis. There's a lot of ills to social media too. But I think that one very big pro is the way that you're able to find like-minded community. So to add to that, I would say the other thing is when it comes to finding, an affinity community, those that relate to your identity group or things you're passionate about, I think there is also space to see the ways that you can be an example for those that you're in community with in the flesh. Everyone needs their own touch point with sustainability, right? It's not going to be the same journey. Everyone is learning at their own pace as well. And I think the biggest change happens in interpersonal relationships. So I think, you have to be intentional of not being preachy to your community of like, you're doing it wrong, this is what you need to know. But approaching it from a place of care. And I think that can really influence those around you, whether it's having a conversation about consumption and sustainability or larger systemic conversations about the state of racism in our world today. And then the other part of the internet, I think there is so many ways to find localized community through groups online. So definitely look into that. Local chapters of groups like Fridays for the Future and things like that. So definitely find that, because I would say it's only in the last 2 years that I think I really found my eco community. And it's through having a community online, but then translating that to IRL events. And I can't tell you how grounding it is, because the work can be very lonely. At the end of the day, like, I think the beauty and the pain of climate justice work is engaging in the work of reimagination. Because, we are becoming more and more acutely aware of what's wrong with our world, but it's really, really radical to think about what would it look like to reimagine that. And if you can engage in that work with community, even better, right? Because as I said, this diversity of thought is contributing to all the modalities through which sustainability can take place. It can live through anything. So find that and harness that. And community is also a verb, right? Think about the ways that you can be a better community member for those around you. Linking that back to sustainability, I think one of the biggest steps for me was not just talking about labor exploitation, but getting involved with the garment worker community that we have in downtown LA and organizing in grassroots efforts. Because at that point, you're not just talking about sustainable fashion, you're addressing the beast of fast fashion in a very tangible way. So community is tied to grassroots efforts, and that's really key as well to actually movement build in this space.
Yes, find your community in your area is such a good point. You can search where community is in your area, in your country, in your region, and join one, a climate group, an environmental organization. There's so much out there, and like Aditi said, having that vision of the future and knowing what we're working towards, and hold on to that and work towards it with your community, with people that you've met. It could be online. You're learning together and you're reaching a goal together, and that's when you really start to feel more hopeful about the future. And it's where you can see the action happening because you're really a part of it in that way. So thank you. And Yusuf, how did you find your community?
I think power belongs to the people, especially to the most marginalized and oppressed. So it's very important to, when I started activism, I was really afraid to do anything like organizing or doing different things in the environmental movement. But when I started working with different people around the world, especially in the global south or global north, or getting to know about different stories and hearing different stories around the world, so, I got that hope, I got the power to do more and motivation to do more. So I think it's extremely important to have a community to work with, because as I earlier mentioned, that power belongs to the most oppressed people. So power to the people.
Power to the people, truly. There's actually, I think I will do this actually, that reminded me of a chant that I really love. Is everyone feeling up for a chant? A chant? So there's a great...
I'm going to sing that.
Yeah. I'm going to start singing now. There's a great chant that goes, the people united will never be defeated. So I say the people united, and you say will never be defeated. Sounds good? Yeah. The people united will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated. Yes, exactly. That's so powerful, thank you. Thank you everyone for joining in the chant. And I think we already touched on this, as you guys have already given more advice on community, but what are other ways you feel that people can get involved, especially when it comes to intersectional and climate action or sustainability, what you work in? So what is a way that you feel like other people can get involved, especially from the perspective of a young person in This is a question for the whole panel.
How people can get involved. You know, I think sustainability literally touches every facet of our life. Climate justice touches every facet of our life. So I think what has helped me is finding your lane, or lack of a better word. And I don't say that to limit you. I say that in terms of like, if you have an interest in fashion, for example, use fashion as a vehicle to explore topics of climate justice. If you identify as a storyteller, or like, you know, there's so many roles in a movement that need everyone. We need everyone. And I think if we find those avenues that we could truly, truly channel in a very passionate way, that's when we will have the most impact. Because I think the most important thing I've learned in the last few years is how each topic is so fundamentally connected. And if you could approach that in the capacity that feels most liberating and exciting for you, you will be making a difference rather than feeling like you have the weight of trying to address every single issue. So find that vehicle for you and address that. If anyone has questions of what that can look like in fashion, I mean, I'm around, talk to me, but for me it's looked like labor organizing. It's looked like looking at fashion as a vehicle to understand my culture and what decolonization can look like from in practice, you know, like our relationship to land, our relationship to labor. So yeah, pick a lane, find a lane, and cherish it.
That's great advice. Yusuf, how do, like, in your activism, like how, like following from your activism, how do you feel other people can get involved, especially with your work in Fridays for Future? It's incredible, and it'd be really great and like quite powerful to hear how other people can be involved in that or support the work that you're doing.
Yeah, so first of all, I think there are so many different ways of getting involved with in the environmental movement, and everyone has their own different ways to get engaged with the community or to, you know, raise awareness about the climate crisis, which is extremely important. And I think you can always join Fridays for Future. You can join our marches in different cities. You can visit our website, fridaysforfuture.org, and connect with your local community and local groups of Fridays for Future. And you can protest in front of your like parliaments. You can write letters to your MPs and politicians to take immediate action and to work on climate justice especially. So I think the most important thing in the environmental movement, when you get involved in the environmental movement, it's extremely important to talk about the climate justice. To achieve climate justice, it's extremely important to fight this oppressive system, which has created the system of oppression, like this colonist and like imperialistic system, which created the system of oppression around the world. So it's extremely important to fight this system to create a better world for everyone. So yeah, you can always get involved with environmental groups. You can always raise awareness about environment and climate justice. So there are different ways. Yeah, thank you.
Didi, earlier you touched on looking towards the future, and one thing I love thinking about is envisioning a better future and what that looks like. And when it comes to the intersections of race, climate, and privilege, I want to ask the whole panel, what is one thing that you think is so vital that needs to be addressed or done, or something that you're already working towards? Who wants to go first? You can go first, DT.
Yeah, I think I could use this opportunity to connect that to the work of fashion. I think one word that has come up during this panel is colonization and also decolonization. And you might be thinking, well, what does that mean? In my own work, I often say one of my missions is to decolonize fashion. And so to understand what decolonizing fashion looks like, I think it's important to establish what colonization does in practice. So I think the tenets of colonialism is a system built on exploitation and extraction as the means for growth and success for the select few, and that's been racially tied to white people, right? And so, historically, we've seen exploitation and extraction of humans, literal humans, to the natural environment. And it's that thinking of exploitation and extraction that has set the groundwork for the climate crisis. When you see land as something to be mined, rather something you have to live in harmony with, it makes way for the fossil fuel crisis we have. The land is something to extract from. When you see people as tools of labor, something to extract from. And it's been Black, Indigenous, and people of color historically that have been mined from in that way. So to decolonize fashion is to address those two things. And so often people are like, how is your work tied to climate justice if it's about fashion? It's about that overriding mentality that is so pervasive in fashion. And so in fashion, we see that like the global fashion model is built on this idea of the global race to the bottom, right? Fast fashion is about producing as much as you can, as fast as you can, as cheap as you can. And how do you do that? You can do that by going to sacrifice zones. So sacrifice zones are places around the world whose peoples and populations undergo resource extraction for this idea of, again, continued success and growth. And it's really curious and also obvious in fashion that these sacrifice zones are countries that have been destabilized by colonialism, by colonial violence. So it's really easy to just say, oh, you know, fast fashion is very pervasive in, say, I don't know, Bangladesh. That's, I think, people think of that in sweatshops. But it's also important to note that that was a system that was constructed in that way. When Bangladesh was formed as a new country, there was literally something called structural adjustment that took place, where this was a country that needed loans for infrastructure, again, reeling from colonization. And the loans were given from the West under the pretense that there would be tax-free zones for countries, that there wouldn't be any environmental regulation in these zones. And it set the conditions that made it hard for workers to unionize and actually have a just labor setting. So, you know, sweatshops, for example, don't operate in a vacuum or come out of nowhere. These are systems that have been constructed, and it's tied to racism and colonialism. So I'm saying this all to say that this is one concrete example of how systems of oppression continue to perpetuate and prop up a system that relies on oppression to exist. I think I forgot the original question. I don't know where I'm going with this. What was the original question?
You're doing amazing. You were going with the original question. It was on the solution or the vision that you're working towards,
Yes.
which you have explained really well. Decolonization is an integral part of sustainability.
100%. So thank you for repeating it. So decolonization isn't just like this theory, right? So to decolonize fashion is to reorient our relationship to land. How do we go from a system that's 60% of fashion right now is coming from synthetics, which are products of fossil fuel. But there's another side of fashion that's tied to indigenous and localized fiber systems in India that looks like jute, linen, like these materials that people have known about because it's been a part of their culture. But because of outside Western forces and colonialism, they've been forced into creating monocrops, wheat, rice, things that aren't native to that area, but it's a cash crop. And so if you could reorient to that ancestral knowledge of what we planted historically, how it doesn't require as water-intensive resources, that's reconnecting your relationship to land and labor. Instead of viewing people as labor to be extracted from, all about output, profit, there are so many artisan practices that are so deeply tied to culture where I'm from in India. So let's go back to that, where you view garment workers as the artisans they are, and it's a process that is inherently slow. And when you see a project so fast fashion, I think, exists to alienate us from the source of where things come from. And I think that's tied to a larger thing in our world today of disconnection. So one thing people can do from the fashion angle is to stop consuming so much and consume with intention. Consume secondhand. And when you are buying, don't just, donate things because it goes somewhere. It goes to countries that are affected by waste colonialism. All of these things are so important to understand, but I think the core of it is thinking about the backstory of all these things, and that's one place to start.
Thank you. It's amazing. so important to have that link between the exploitation of the planet and of people and of resources, and that's, you know, having that at the center of it is really how we can go about in our climate justice activism, which is so important. And we're coming to the end of our panel at the moment, and I just want to say thank you so much to all of our amazing panelists and for really delving into the links between race, climate, and privilege. And this is something that we can all have at the center of what we do when we talk about climate action, to make sure that the solutions are equitable, because if we don't discuss it and we don't push for it, then how are we going to reach that fairer and greener world that we so desperately need? So thank you to all of our panelists, and remember the power that you hold as an individual, and continue to learn from the most marginalized, continue to learn from each other, and that is how we will win. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Hi, guys. How's it going? Hi. I'm Billie, and it's nice to meet you all. I just wanted to come out here and thank everybody for showing up and supporting this. I'm so proud to be here and to be involved, and I'm so proud of my mom, Maggie. Everybody just make some noise for my mama. She is so incredible, and I'm just so happy to be her daughter, and so proud of her and Support and Feed and Reverb and everybody that worked on this, and all the amazing activists that have been here today and been working tirelessly to, you know, protect our planet and try to save us. And I am also here to introduce you guys to someone incredible. She's not here, she's in Stockholm, but she's gonna be live streaming in. And her name is Vanessa Nakate. And yeah, so thank you guys so much. She's about to join you on the screen. And I love ya, and I will see you soon.
Thank you, Billie. Hi, everyone. My name is Vanessa Nakate. I am a climate justice activist from Kampala in Uganda, a country that has one of the fastest changing climates in the world. In my relatively short lifetime, I have witnessed that my fellow citizens are already suffering some of the most brutal impacts fueled by the climate crisis. We also know that historically, Africa as a continent is responsible for less than 4% of global emissions. And yet in Uganda, like many countries across the African continent, the climate crisis is already causing withering droughts, catastrophic floods, and devastating landslides. Many Africans have lost their lives, while countless more have lost their homes, their farms, and their businesses. The droughts and floods have left nothing behind for the people, nothing except for pain, agony, suffering, starvation, and death, as we have seen the Eastern Africa drought that has left more than 20 million people with no access to food. We are watching farms collapse and livelihoods lost. Climate change has disrupted weather patterns in countries like mine, hence causing shorter and heavier rainy seasons, plus longer dry seasons. Climate change is not just about weather. It is not just about statistics. It is about the people. And people are suffering right now. As we continue to heat the planet, the situation in Africa continues to get worse. We saw Cyclone Idai in 2019. It was one of the worst cyclones to affect the African continent, ripping apart and flooding large parts of Mozambique, Zimbabwe, and Malawi. The strong winds and heavy rainfall left more than 1,300 people dead, and many more were recorded as missing. In my country, Uganda, we saw the rise of the water levels of Lake Victoria as a result of heavy rainfall. Homes were flooded, farms were washed away, and people were displaced. In that same year, East Africa was invaded by swarms of locusts brought on by heavy rainfall and abnormally warm temperatures. We have seen flooding in Sudan that has affected thousands of people. We saw the most recent flooding in South Africa that left more than 300 people dead and thousands recorded as missing. Southern parts of Africa have also experienced terrible droughts that are leading to food insecurity and water scarcity. So the climate crisis is not something that is coming in the future. It is something that is happening right now. For every 1% increase in drought, there is a 2.4% decrease in agricultural output. Again, these are not just statistics. This is about people. Less rain means farms will collapse. Less rains means people will lose their livelihoods. Less rains mean children will go hungry. And yet, while Africa is on the front lines of the climate crisis, it is not on the front pages of the world's newspapers. It's also important to note that this is not just happening on the African continent. Hurricanes Irma, Maria, Dorian, and Harold have left some islands in the Caribbean and Pacific totally uninhabitable. 6 million Bangladeshis have become displaced as a consequence of climate change. By 2050, 17% of the country's coastline will vanish underwater, creating an estimated 30 million climate refugees. What is the state of the hearts of the world leaders who watch this happen and allow it to continue? Our leaders are not taking the action that is needed to address the climate crisis. And because of this, the planet is continuously getting affected and getting damaged. Everywhere I go at different climate conferences, I often hear leaders give speeches and they make promises and they say how they're going to do everything to address the climate crisis. But the actions that follow after their words, they do not match their promises. We end up realizing that these were just empty promises that gave us hope, but which hope didn't birth any action. So it's important to note that the statements or promises of leaders, this is not what will save our planet. This is not what will stop the suffering of the people. This is not what will stop the warming of the planet. Only real action will. And it will take political will, but we are not seeing that right now. I also often hear leaders talk about the need to fund adaptation efforts where mitigation will no longer be enough. And as we know, there is far too little evidence of the $100 billion per year that was promised to help climate vulnerable countries to meet these challenges. So even the billions of climate finance that were promised for mitigation and adaptation have not yet been delivered. And yet the climate crisis is pushing many communities beyond their ability to adapt. We are seeing many communities experience loss and damage, something that we cannot ignore anymore. As the climate crisis escalates, coastlines are disappearing, islands are vanishing out of sight, cultures are getting lost because of all the disasters that are happening. So there is a need to put loss and damage on the agenda. There is a need to put people on the agenda. There is a need to demand for a loss and damage facility for the communities that are on the front lines of the climate crisis. I always ask myself, why is it so easy for leaders to open up new coal power plants? Why is it so easy for leaders to construct oil pipelines and frack gas, which are all destroying our planet and causing the suffering of so many people? But why is it so hard for them to acknowledge that we need to do something about the climate crisis and actually do it? Climate action is not a pick and choose. The leaders must decide on what they should do. And yes, we understand that there is a need to talk about mitigation and adaptation. We must avert and minimize as much of the future impacts as possible. But like I said, there is something called loss and damage that is already happening in communities, and we need to deal with this loss and damage right now. It is time to take care of those who are most vulnerable from the climate impacts that are no longer avoidable. Just to tell you a story of when I did, a panel discussion, and I asked leaders from the global north whether they thought it was important to help those that are vulnerable from the climate crisis. And many of them were quick to say yes. But when I asked them whether their countries will be able to put money in place to address loss and damage, there was a hesitation. Again, we need to mind the gap between the words and the actions of the leaders. Loss and damage has been whispered about on the edges of past COPs, but it's time to put it at the center of the negotiations. It's time to put it on the agenda, even as we head towards COP27. And we need funding to help us deal with the damage that has already happened and the damage that we will not be able to avoid, no matter how much mitigation and adaptation is put in place. It is time to acknowledge that there must be additional funding on top of what has already been promised for mitigation and adaptation. And it's time for that funding to come in the form of grants and not loans for the communities that are on the front lines of the climate crisis. It is time to put an end to the fossil fuels. We cannot have any new fossil fuel investment. We need to scale up clean and renewable energy right now, especially for the communities that are experiencing energy poverty. And we need to demand and provide climate finance for those communities. It is time for our leaders to wake up. It's time for our leaders to stop talking and start taking action. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. You guys doing okay? My shirt's a little bit wrinkly, but it was in a suitcase until an hour ago, so normally I wear the same outfit every day for a week and a half on tour. I bring one nice shirt and then never have to use it except today. So thank you guys for having me. I thought that was beautiful. I find those things induce a sort of a rising panic in me when I listen to them and hear about the future. But being a part of events like this gives me a little bit of stillness and calm. So I feel lucky to be here. I'd like to introduce Sadhguru, who is nearing the end of his 100-day, 30,000-kilometer solo motorcycle journey from England to India across 26 countries. Sadhguru is the founder of Save Soil and is on a mission to raise awareness about the alarming threat of soil extinction. He is joining us for one of his stops and wanted to say hello and talk about soil health.
Namaskaram, Finneas, Billie, Maggie, and everyone else at the overheated. Talking about the overheated, I've been on road for more than 2.5 months now, from 21st of March on this motorcycle, and talk to me about being overheated. Well, I've been through the deserts of Arabia, Oman, and the Rajasthani desert, the Thar desert of India, and my bones are melting away. Definitely I wish we had a cooler planet for sure. And about why am I doing this ride is last 30 years I've been talking about soil. Everybody says this is fantastic. I've spoken to many responsible people. They all say it's great, but then they go to sleep, nobody acts upon it. So I thought I have to do something drastic to wake them up. Fortunately, this motorcycle ride from 21st of March has brought in nearly 2.5 billion people have spoken about soil since that day, from the equinox day. And we want at least 60% of the world's population or adult population to speak. I look forward to you, all of you, Finneas, Billie and Maggie and everyone else there to make this happen, because this is the most important thing in democratic nations. Unless people want it, unless people mandate it, policies will not happen. Why this policy is important is land and well-managed soils are great sequestration of carbon. At the same time, overly plowed and left open soils are a source of methane and carbon dioxide getting into the atmosphere. So this is an opportunity for us to turn this around, as agricultural soil is one piece of geography which amounts for nearly 70% of the land on the planet, which is daily tended to by human hand. This is something we should turn it around, and it's very important we turn this around, as this will definitely bring forth cooling of the planet and above all, leave soil ecology alive. First, to understand that soil is a living entity, and this is something that's come to us, and we must pass this on as a living entity for future generations. Unfortunately, people are treating soil as an inert substance. In many societies, they even refer to soil as dirt. If this is dirt, all of us will end up being dirt bags. That's one thing we should not be. This is a generational responsibility. We must be that generation which turned back from the brink of a disaster, not the one that fell over. It's my wish that we should all act as one generation of people to turn this around. It's very much possible to do this. Save soil. Let's make it happen.
Thank you so much to Sigrid, a very busy man. Really, really lucky to have him part of Overheated. And what an inspiring day this has been, right? Can we give it up for all the guests so far and all the hard work that everybody has put in? It's been such an honour to be a part of today, and I have learned so much. We can do so many little things in our lives to make a huge difference to the planet and our future. I actually feel really positive now. And you're going to come away with plenty more things to add to that action list after this next panel, which is all about changing the world. So let's bring back Wawa, who has some very special guests with her as well.
Hi, everyone. It's good to see y'all again. How has this whole day been for everyone? Yes. I have been so inspired by all the thought leaders and activists and organizers that have come out and really told their stories. And I'm also just, again, so enamored with just how thoughtful everyone has been and how energized we all are to be a part of the scalable climate solutions that we need. So I'm really excited to be up here with some of my favorite activists, organizers, and thought leaders, and most of all, friends that are doing this work at the grassroots level and are just extraordinary individuals. And this is going to be such a treat, so y'all are in for a great conversation. And before we start, I think it's important for y'all to introduce yourselves, because I definitely could not do it justice. So from left to right, I'll start with you, Laura.
Okay, thanks, Wawa. Hi, everyone. I actually think that it's pretty important, to share your positionality to get to know the person better. I'm Laura. I'm from Colombia. I'm an ecofeminist climate activist, and actually I say that I'm I come from the Colombian Andean mountains and not Bogota, which is the city that I was born, because both of my parents, they are peasants from this little town that is close to Bogota, Convita, Boyacá. And this coming and belonging to this peasant family has influenced a lot of my activism, because I also have this decolonial approach. So within my work, I also try to heal my family history linked to decolonization. I also try to bring back all the knowledges, all the traditions, all the the actions that have been erased by this system, and also to make change. A clear example is just to clarify that I use the word peasant in a conscious way. I don't use farmer, for example, because my family is peasant. In Spanish, it's campesino. It's not farmer, which is granjero, which is very, very different, because farmer, it has an industrial and very capitalistic sense that it doesn't resonate with my family. And that's it.
Hi everyone, my name is Fatima Ibrahim. I'm really excited to be here today and see lots of friendly faces. I wasn't sure if I'd be able to see anyone from the stage, but everyone looks like they're smiling and having a good day. I am part of a movement called Green New Deal Rising, which is a youth movement that's looking to disrupt politics, to build people power and to build political power so that we can secure a future where we can all thrive, not just survive, but thrive. Our approach to climate change is recognizing it as a systemic issue. For too long, our movements have talked about climate change as a symptom, as an environmental issue, but really climate change can be seen as a symptom of a system that's just not working either for people or planet. And so it's an economic system that is plundering our natural resources, but also making sure that only a few are able to benefit, while people are experiencing crazy cost of living rise, health inequality, racial inequality. And so what's inspiring about our movement is that we're building our collective power, but we're also, really for the first time in my experience being an activist, painting a vision of the future that's worth getting up in the morning and fighting for, a future where we can see all of ourselves in, and it's not just about living within planetary boundaries, but actually a future where we're respected, where the foundations of our societies are built on justice, where we value those who keep our societies running and that they're paid well and there's good green jobs. And as a movement, one of the things that we're recognizing is the way that we are able to secure changes. First, we need to disrupt this political system. So some people might have seen over the last couple of weeks, some of our videos go viral where we've disrupted the meetings of political leaders like Priti Patel on telling her, we don't want a future that, categorizes some people as, inhuman and ships them off to other countries, that we want a future that values people. We've also crashed meetings of the Treasury and Parliament to tell them, they really need to be investing in people and not be protecting their friends in the fossil fuel industries. And so that's some of the things that we do, and I'm hoping people will get involved in the work that we're doing.
Hi, everybody. My name is Einass Bakhiet. I'm from the Sudan and the UK. Everything that I do is centered around environmental and racial justice. Literally from when I was a very young girl growing up with Sudanese immigrants in the UK, I knew that everything that I had to do had to be kind of solidified in understanding why there is so much injustice and how this came to be. And so I studied politics for my undergrad, and then I went to work in risk, very corporate, but it opened my eyes a lot to, how sustainability issues are framed. And something that was very clear to me is that the environmental space is very much missing this racial lens. And so that's why I went to Oxford to do my master's in environmental governance, and I just graduated.
This past weekend, actually. Oh,
that's all.
So something that I'm hearing a lot of y'all talk about and what we've heard a lot of the other thought leaders discuss is how we're rebuilding a new world. Early on, I talked about how the climate crisis has to be reframed as this really incredible opportunity for us to take a critical look at the structures of oppression, white supremacy, colonization, imperialism, and look them in the eye and actually restructure our world not in the image of these systems, so that we don't end up in this place in the first place, that we don't end up in that situation again. And I'd love to hear a little bit more in depth on what world you each are building and what world you want to ensure that we are building towards. Yeah, whoever would like to go first.
I can go again, but I don't want to be the first one always. Okay. I don't know, I actually think that I don't ask a lot. I work and I want to be in a world where everyone can be whoever they want to be, because especially for us as BIPOC people, we are constantly told that we need to be someone else, that we need to work and do and do and do in order to get to this model that we won't ever be, because this is a white and very privileged model that obviously it doesn't suit with us. And yeah, like, I don't know, like, it's for, like, for example, I am studying a master in education and gender. And like, if you go to school, you go to the school just to learn a set of skills in order then to get a job that it just suits to this capitalist and money-driven, media-driven also system. But if you want to be something outside that rule and something that doesn't like works for this system, that just privileges like the little elite, it doesn't work, because we have a lot of obstacles as BIPOC people. So yeah, like, I don't know, I just want to be in a world that whoever we want to be, we can be.
I love that.
Yeah, I do too. I'm with you on that. And I think that's probably one of the things for me that is like the guiding star in what I'm doing, where, you know, my story, people often ask, when did you realize that climate change was the thing? And I was like, I don't know if I ever realized that climate change was the thing, but like because it's the reality, you know, we're young people, we were born into a climate emergency. As much as we want to convince ourselves a climate emergency is something that's happening now, it's been happening for the past 30 years. And government started meeting on the climate emergency, you know, a year before I was born in the early 90s. So we have been in an emergency for that period of time. So for young people, there's never a moment we realize it's the reality that we live in. But for me, you know, being a young Muslim woman, Black, growing up in the 2000s, what was happening in the early 2000s, you know, the war in Iraq, the war on terror, I just felt like my identity was like villainized in the center of like political discourse. And so for me, actually, the motivating factor was this feeling of like deep injustice and feeling the oppression of like other people that both looked like me, but also didn't look like me, but were facing different circumstances around the world, and wanting a future in which people's human rights were guaranteed, that people were respected, and that a world that was equal. And I think that's the heart of the vision and the world that I want to create is one that's built on justice. And when we parse out justice, you know, there's different elements to it. One is recognizing historical injustice. And I think that's the bit that our politicians really try and forget about. We were talking about it just before we came onto stage, how the UK has expertise in building an education system that completely avoids the fact that, you know, it colonized the entire world and its imperialist history. And so, we need to recognize historical injustice, because if we recognize it, it dictates and it guides how we deal with things in the future. So the UK is one of the most responsible in terms of emissions, in terms of resource use, and for climate change. So there's a responsibility for countries like the UK to transition quickly. There was a calculation about what is the UK's fair share. The UK's fair share is to decarbonize its economy by 200% by 2030. that's the fair share based on historical emissions. That's impossible. But what is possible is that they transition their economy as soon as possible, if, by 2030, and then it's the extra 100% that they owe, they give it back in terms of wealth and resources that they have stolen and back to communities that now need to transition their own economy. And then the other part of justice is, creating a system and a future where people are equal and where communities are able to make decisions, and that we aren't, creating a system where just a small percentage are sort of siphoning off all of the profits and making all of the decisions, but we have a democratic renaissance where people are, have a say over their environmental futures, their economic futures, their a community say, and then that is the heart of our communities. And then one of the things that we realized during the pandemic is actually most of us know what we value most. We value our teachers, we value our healthcare workers, we value the people who run our public services, and if it were our choice, they would be paid properly. And the reason they're not is because we've built a democratic system that isn't that democratic. And so the heart of winning is creating, a system where communities are able to have a say and, put resources into the things that matter most to them.
Both of what you said resonates a lot with my thinking as well. And at the core of it, it's about living in harmony with nature. And that looks different in different parts of the world. And I think, that's very important to emphasize because, we live in a globalized economy, and it's very easy to kind of have these overarching kind of regulatory rules or products or whatever kind of solutions that you want to create for across the world. And while that's, commendable in some instances, it's also very important to know that people have their own autonomy and they have to decide for themselves what that looks like and what kind of life they want to lead. And so, sometimes the conversations around solutions is about what can we do in the global south, and sometimes it's about leaving it alone. And also, stop ripping the resources to allow people to kind of, to be autonomous and to decide the kind of future that they want to create. So I think that's just, it's very important to kind of bear that in mind.
So I think there's so much opportunity to really dive into this concept of accountability, right? How do we hold ourselves accountable while understanding that we live in a capitalist system in which there hasn't been this clear separation that is the truth of, for instance, the fossil fuel industry and many corporations have really put out this idea that we should put a lot of the responsibility on the individual and actually make a profit on that without taking accountability for their own role in perpetuating the climate crisis in the first place and all the governments that have, abetted them and provided subsidies in that regard. So a lot of the accountability conversation can go towards this debate that a lot of people bring up of individual versus collective / systematic action. Like, which one is more important? Can one exist without the other? And for me, I feel as though, for instance, there is no collective or systematic action without individual action. So I'd love to hear your idea on this dichotomy, on this debate, and what advice you give to folks that might be struggling with this, struggling to hold themselves accountable, to do what they can, while also understanding that we live in a context that shouldn't exist, and it's an unfair dynamic, while holding institutions or governments, our politicians accountable. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
I mean, I couldn't have said it better than you did, and I've been waiting for someone almost to reflect that back to me forever, what this struggle between each of them are and how interconnected they were. And for a long time, I think I used to find the idea of individual action triggering. I used to find it like, oh, it's a distraction, it's a shame tactic, it's a way to kind of put blame on the individual and recreate the systems of capitalism when really there's a system that's rigged against people. But actually, before we can take collective action, we have to hold ourselves accountable and we have to do our own work. And I think, that's both for climate change, both for racial injustice. Like, what is the role that we're playing in reproducing systems of capitalism or systems of oppression. And so when you've done that personal reckoning, you can then think about collective action and systemic action. I've talked for ages, but I just want to say one thing, which is I had a brilliant conversation last year with an environmentalist and someone who's like, I don't think they'd mind me saying, of like the older generation of environmentalists, and one of the people that we owe to this conversation, Bill McKibben, who wrote one of the first books for mainstream consumption on climate change in 1989. And I asked him a similar question, and he said, one of the biggest acts of resistance that we can be a part of and in sort of tackling capitalism is to be in community. To make sure that everything we do is about being in community and doing things with other people, because that's the antithesis of this system that forces us to be individuals. And every time we act in community, we're giving birth to, a future system. And so even if you want to do something as an individual, think about how you can do it with someone else, how you can build community through that action. And then if we're doing that's an act of resistance in and of itself. And I think that's a way to change individual action to be part of systemic action.
Absolutely. And also on that point, community is a survival mechanism. In the face of a natural disaster, you have to lean on your neighbors. You need community resilience to be able to live in a climate world. So leaning on your neighbor and taking that into account and understanding that as a form of climate action and deconstructing that idea is so important, not only in regards to us building this new world, but also surviving all these new dynamics that we're living in. So I'd love to hear a bit about the accountability conversation from one of you as well.
I mean, I can just maybe add to what you're saying, Fatima. Community kind of grounded work is absolutely essential in environmental and justice work, and for an environmentally unjust future as well. And I think, it works in unison, working on your individual character and on kind of systemic change. And when you think about, okay, what makes a good community, it's very much about the different characteristics of those people in it. They have to be kind and compassionate and empathetic. And so those are also the kind of characteristics that we have to develop within ourselves in order to be a good community member. And, outside of that, they all work in unison. So, and I think it's very easy to kind of try to think of everything as a step, First, we do this, and then that, and then finally we'll be just. But this world is so complex that everything has to be working in parallel. And just, I think, accepting that is very important, because it can be overwhelming to think, where do I start? What do I do? We're not getting to where we need to be, but just knowing that it takes time and that's okay. And as long as we're all intentional, then we're going in the right direction. So I think.
Laura, I want to ask you a specific question in this regard, because we had the opportunity to all hop on a Zoom call and we ended up all bonding, which is really amazing. And something that you brought up was the historic context of the corporations, the historic context of capitalism in really perpetuating and pushing out this debate in the first place. So I'd love for you to provide some context to all of the folks tuning in and watching on why systematic action is so important, why it's important to, yes, hold ourselves accountable, while also understanding that the dynamics that we find ourselves in could have been avoided. It was a context in which people and corporations decided to place profit over people every time, and how that ties to the colonial legacy that we find ourselves in, and therefore why we have to take ourselves out of that.
Okay, so the initial question was actually if there was like a division between individual and collective action, and I will say that there's no division. One thing about the Western system is that they made us believe that we can make things alone, that we think alone, that we create things alone, that everything that we, like, what I'm saying right now is not just because I'm intelligent and that's it. It's because we have talked, we have read, we have worked with our own community. So everything that we do and like actually we decide, it has a collective influence and it has a collective impact. The thing also now is that with globalization and like all these international spaces and spheres and dynamics is that, I don't know, if you decide to do something, you think that it won't have an impact because you are not seeing it, but like me living in London in the last year, like London is a pretty comfortable city, but I don't think that the people see that that confidence is about also, or is at the expense also of, for example, migrants in London, or even like in a more huge scale, it can be also about exploiting people in other continents as Africa, Latin America, and also exploiting natural resources, of course. And actually, accountability also is not at the local scale, but here in this like in these cities as London, which is huge and they have so many power. It's also about like asking yourself what they are doing with the money, because here the people have a lot of money, but like for example in Colombia, we are not given the money, we are given something which is even more important, that is life, like life through ecosystems, through like the water, and life with the people also, because for example Colombia is the most dangerous country to be an environmental defender, but it's not just because, like it has also like a huge international background that is related to like this confidence also.
For sure. So, yes. I just love after every answer, let's just everyone snap. So I would love to know a little bit about storytelling and how storytelling is so important in really discussing these dynamics that we're talking about right here in regard to accountability, holding corporations accountable. I mean, Fatima, you're just talking about how online, you know, there are videos that are going viral where people are seeing other young people take a stand, not just be passive receivers of this future, but instead standing up, going into politicians' offices and demanding that they be heard. And if not, going into those systems themselves and deciding to be those politicians and work from inside the systems to transform it from the inside out. So I'd love to hear a little bit more about all of y'all's experience using storytelling, whether that be in conversation, like you were just talking about how all the things that we've learned have been due to community, right? It's been passed on by our ancestors, our parents, our loved ones, and having the language that we have here today. And I think storytelling is such an important way to access people from all over the world using things like social media, conversations, etc. So I'd love to hear more about storytelling in your work and what advice you give to folks in the audience in using their own unique spheres of influence to really push out narratives that inspire people to take part.
I guess I'm going first. I mean, of course, everybody has a story to tell. And it's difficult because we're living in an age where, you know, stories are hijacked and, you know, also stories are co-opted so to sell a very particular vision or product or an idea. And even when you think you're telling your own story because it's on your own platform, it's still kind of in this space where it's pushed by a particular ideology. And so it's very difficult because we kind of think of storytelling as something that, you know, gives everyone a platform. But we're listening to stories that we want to listen to. You know, sometimes there are stories that are not presented in a way that we like or that are in a language that we don't understand. And I think it's just sometimes, really just listening to that person, even if it's not really what you want to hear or if it's not aligned with what you're thinking. And I think that's the importance of storytelling. Sometimes it can really be pushed as just repeating what everyone wants to listen to anyway.
Storytelling for me, in thinking about the work that we have to do, I mean, I was recently thinking about it. I was like, if you boil it down, the thing that stands in the way of us like winning or losing is us being able to tell a better story. Because what is capitalism? What is our society built on? It's built on a story, right? A story that we believe about ourselves, the story we believe about humanity, whether are humans selfish or humans individual? Does everybody is everyone equal? Is it about working hard enough? And then you can see, like, it's a story. And I didn't quite realize how strong a story it was until a couple of years ago. I mean, I knew nothing about the economy until 2019, I'll be honest. And then I went back to school and I was like, oh God, the same people we study in economics are the same people that I studied in philosophy when I was in high school. And I wrote excellent essays sort of rebuking their stances. And like, you know, at 16 years old, I was saying how fallible their arguments were on human identity. And we've built entire economic systems based on what a few white men thought in the early 1900s were the nature of humans. And so the way that we beat that is that we tell a better story about humans and about collectivism and about love and about justice and about how actually humans can work together and how human ingenuity can save us and that how most people are kind. And like, it's about telling that story. And I don't, like, a part of it is us believing at first that that is possible. And then the other thing is about telling a convincing story about it and inspiring people that there is a future where humans work in cooperation and that it has existed all over the world since time immemorial. It's just that the story we've been told has been through the eyes of colonizers. And so there are other stories when you go to other parts of the world where when I go to where my family's from in Somalia, where people are working in cooperation, where there's other ways of managing society, and like that is super inspiring. And the other thing about stories is, just to lift the lid on why we video ourselves when we're disrupting politicians, it's less about convincing the politician. I mean, 90% of the politicians we disrupt, we don't think are ever going to be like convinced in the traditional sense. Part of it is that through videoing, we're telling a story to the person who eventually sees it on Twitter or Instagram about who these people are who represent us and how they react when young people challenge them and how the person watching can also be a part of the fight and how easy it is for them to participate. So it's a storytelling exercise and not an advocacy exercise, and that's part of the reason we do it.
Absolutely, absolutely. I always think of it this way. You can't solve a problem if you can't describe it. And that's where language is so integral. And, you know, I was listening to the Hot Take podcast, which I really recommend. It's incredible. And is a great example of climate storytelling, of discussing climate in a really accessible way. But Mary Annalise Hegler, she always talks about how we are in the writer's room right now, right? So when you see reports like the IPCC report and headlines like, humanity is in code red, and you see all these projections of what our future could look like at certain degrees of warming. That's not a solidified future, but it can be. And we, as writers in the room right now, and holding corporations accountable, and holding ourselves accountable to understand climate as a backdrop of every existing social ill, which then exacerbates every social ill, we have the opportunity to see those potential projections and step in and say, actually, we're not going to say yes to this future, and instead we're going to write a better story through our actions. So I think that's a really powerful and really important part. So I'd love to hear a little bit more on your thoughts on storytelling and how you've seen that being used in your work in the Bad Activist Collective and in so many other organizations that you're a part of.
I'm not part of Bad Activist, but I'm like close friends with many of them. But like I studied in Colombia audiovisual communication, so now with this question actually like it's gonna come up my mainstream audiovisual knowledge, because when I saw this question I thought about how narratives have changed to like the decades, and like I think that a clear example of how narratives and storytelling has changed is, for example, Stranger Things. I saw the other day, like the last season, and like now, for example, TV series are like with real complex characters. It's not like the hero is now like bad activist, like they have their good and bad things, but it's not only centered on 11, for example, which is which could be like the main character. It's just like a group of friends that are trying to save the world, and all of them are very needed to change the world. And I think that that's one of the things that I think that we need a collective narrative in Colombia. In Fridays for Future, we have tried to not put a face to our movement, because that can be very, very dangerous. And that's what the media is asking. That's what social media like, just to put a face and a name to a movement, and that can be very, very, very dangerous.
So throughout this conversation, I know this wasn't the next question that we had talked about, but I just can't give up this opportunity. So in the conversation around accountability, I think we've been talking a lot in the abstract about holding corporations and politicians and governments accountable. And I love to really dive into the nitty-gritty. And, Fatima, you were talking a little bit about climate reparations. You didn't say it directly, but you were talking in regards to a country like the United Kingdom. And this runs true for many countries in the North of they actually can't own up to the things that they need to in regards to the statistic you were giving, 2030, 200%. That's not possible. But what is possible is taking a step forward and actually taking part in climate reparations. And I'm sure that might be a term that some folks in the audience haven't heard. So I'd love to lean in this opportunity and have one of y'all define what climate reparations are, what we're asking, and how we can take active roles in making that a reality.
I mean, big question. Big thing to define, but I mean, it's simple. It's climate reparations. I mean, for a long time, the way that the UK and the West, or the North, however you described it, has viewed the rest of the world is like, oh, pity party, like, let's support those people to kind of like exist and give them like 3% of aid or whatever. And like, aid is such a disgusting concept. It's a disgusting concept when you recognize that everything we have been built in this country, everything that we enjoy is off the backs of communities around the world who now don't have access to clean water, who don't have access to energy, who don't have access to jobs. And then we debate politically whether 3% is enough to give them aid, and a new government comes in and goes, no, 3% is too much. Too much to pay for literally everything that we experience and that we enjoy. And so climate reparations is essentially paying the bill on our economy. And it's paying the bill for two reasons. One, there's a desperate need. If we agree that climate change isn't something that's just happening in certain geographies and is a global problem, we need everybody to transition. We need a global transition to clean energy. And so it almost doesn't matter if we transition and we make nice, clean jobs and energy when other people can't afford to do the same. We need it to be a global effort. And in order for it to be a global effort, we need to pay for that to happen in other places. We also need to provide the technology. And that's another wave of colonialism. We often think about the resources we take. But what if the technology, the knowledge we take and then steal and stop other people from getting it through patents? And so climate reparations is just paying for our historical damage, but also recognizing that in order to build a new future, it's still going to be resource dependent. And I think that's sometimes something we forget as environmentalists is in order to live in a transition economy, it's not just about new energy. It's not about, hey, let's all stand in the sun. We need solar panels. We need wind turbines. Where are those resources coming from? A lot of those resources are coming from the same countries that we resource to build our capitalist economy. And so places like the Democratic Republic of Congo are still having to provide till today, the lithium required for batteries in our electric cars and those Teslas everybody's buying. And so what is going to be our relationship with those countries? What a new future would be actually giving those countries autonomy, paying the real price for those resources, giving people a choice about whether they sell those resources or not, building a society where we use less resources, where growth isn't the thing that we're running towards, that well-being instead is the way that we measure our societies. And so that's kind of the heart of climate reparations, is paying for our economy and the bill on it, but also recognizing that the resources we need to share and equitably redistribute.
That is amazing. So obviously I'd love to sit up here and chat with y'all more, but I know that we got the please finish now on the screen, so we are going to finish. But I am so happy that y'all got to hear from these folks, and I hope you follow their work and stay tuned in all the great things that they're doing.
Let's bring out all of the activists. You can all stand up. Everyone come on out. Abbie, all of you. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for being a part of Overheated. This was an amazing day. I learned so much. All of you who are doing the work, thank you so much. Billie for making this happen. Finneas, Abbie, you're genius. All of you, Ellie Goulding, brilliant. I hope that you will consider that you have found your climate squad, and you can follow all these people and learn so much more. Check out the Citizen Tea Playhouse, check out the documentary, and just join the conversation. We can do this, we can change the world. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. Thank you to everybody who worked so hard. You're brilliant. Bye. Thank you all. Bye.